Test, test. Hello, can you hear me?
Test, test. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, anyway, welcome to Zelda Speedruns. We have another race of the Ocarina of Time Randomizer Standard Tournament. We are first fixing my echo. We are in loser bracket round 2, and the matchup is Felixoide versus Zoopal. Commentators for this match will be Estancia and Toyost. Say hello. And chat, please tell me if you hear them.
Hi, everybody. I'm Thojost, and I'm here with my wonderful commentator, who is...
Estancia.
Hey. Looks like we got a
I
great
suddenly
match.
can't hear... Like, was it just me, or could I not hear Siberian just then?
You know, I turned on the stream sound. I could hear him on the stream. Sounds like we got some voices. We're good to go. We've got a wonderful match here between our number 13 seed Zoopal against number 26 Felixoide4. Both great runners. This is losers bracket round 2, so loser is going to have to turn in their Ocarina of Time randomizer badge and gun. And
Well, no.
They
They just asked the brackets. They don't need to turn in entirely. It's just that their journey through the brackets ain't happening right now.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait for a little bit. We're gonna get you that game audio soon. Don't worry about it. As our runners are off, starting as a kid in Lon Silo. It looks like we've got Felix running out, checking the item in there. Just a piece of heart, as they're gonna go get that song from Milan.
What I'm interested by is why they went out and then immediately back in again. Did you need to do that to get the item to appear or something?
I think it looks like Zoopal just went straight for it, but no, Zoopal I think went out too. It could also be, you just start, you're like, oh, go. These are both of our runners are very excited for this race, so it could just be a little, just a little slip up as we get Zelda's Lullaby
right outside our front door. Sweet.
So these are our Season 4 settings. So we will start with the song from Princess Zelda, whatever song that is. All songs are randomized amongst each other, which is our Song of Time. So we don't have to go do the whole turn the egg into the chicken, wake up. I don't know, the dude who looks like Mario out there, who's a bad dad. Malon.
Well, no, sorry, Talon. It's Malon and Talon.
As both our runners would have no money for rupees to go find the magic Cuckoos today. As where are they headed off to now?
I would say I'm agreeing with chat here. That spawn is awful.
It's about as bad as you can get. Normally, I mean, it's pretty common to see our runners just, when you do that check, just to save and quit or teleport out. You'd never want to be there. But we already have a little diversion here. Felix is going to go towards Hyrule Market here, going to pick up some money, whereas Zoopal's making his way over to Kokiri Forest.
I'm surprised. I'd like to have been going Valley at that point, because when else is going to be a great time to do Valley? You're a kid, you're right there.
That's a good point. Valley loves to hide a few things. You can get a lot of hint stones if you do the Lake Hylia stones, and then just take our big owl friend back to the castle.
But yeah, it like, all of these routes are good. There are just no good options. And I guess it means that with your child spawn being there, you can get back to Valley fairly quickly, no matter where you are.
That is an interesting thing for routing, is sometimes the checks that are almost the most convenient, or ones that you have either warp songs or save points close to, are the ones you can put off if they're a little out of the way, and you can go for high density and say, you know what, I'm not going to do this unless I run out of things to do, and then if I have to, I got to get back. As we already got double defense.
Ooh, I will take that double defense. That is the prettiest model in the goddamn game.
It's just an extra reassurance when you got 3 hearts and you get double defense. Well, we probably are never going to see Zoopal die. I mean, I say that.
Bad enough that double defense is practically required. Damn it.
So interesting thing with both of these runners, if you ask them, Felix believes Felix's strong point. If we asked him in a little survey. Felix's strong point here is execution. Routing, a little iffy as a weakness. Zoopal, on the other hand, said the opposite. Zoopal, confident in the execution, or confident in the routing, but execution is a little iffy. As Zora's Fountain is foolish. Bottom of the well, I don't know.
It looks like Lake Hylia was foolish. I missed the second one because they went way too fast.
Yeah, that was a trick.
on,
We'll
chat.
catch him on Zoopal's side. It looks like Lake Hylia and Zora's Fountain are foolish, with the bottom of the well being Way of the Hero.
Oh, you saw bottom of the well, Way of the Hero? I did not spot that one.
I'm just seeing on Felix's notes here. So that
yeah.
And Big Goron is nothing. As he's gonna turn into an adult, probably head over to Kakariko. Zoopal got some money. We're gonna do some Lost Wood checks.
I think that was Zora's Fountain rather than Zora's River.
Okay, did I say river? My bad.
No. You did say fountain. I'm just aware that runners have made the fountain river mistake before.
Right. As we have our temples in here that we have to do. Again, Felix is a power reader. These runners go through these hints faster than I can comprehend them. But what are you gonna do? We do have
30 hook shot.
30 hook shots. So I hope we get that bottle ready. Get that. Maybe that means we get a boomerang early to help us get skulls. But if not, this could be
if we need water.
True. As yeah, some of those dungeons I missed the little check there, but
But can you imagine if this is a 30 skull first hook shot?
and who knows, maybe the second hook shot's on more skulls, right? It could be a doozy. Zoopal's doing the impossible memory game. I fail this every time somehow, but Felix, we're going to see a lot of checks in Kakariko.
Okay, so firstly, there are a few points I would like to make. You were expecting a season 4 race to not be a doozy?
Yeah.
And also, there's magic. Was that
Magic?
Upwards Grotto or Scrub? No, that was Ocarina Memory Game, wasn't it?
Ocarina Memory. So that's useful. Now we won't find Furrow's Wind, but if we do, that'd be wonderful.
And my second point would be, so what did you expect for something happening at the same time as the EU Weekly? Hello, Arrow.
I can hope. I always hope for a quick, efficient seed for our runners, but there's always that one item that's going to be a pain to find. But our runners, we don't have to do Water Temple. Our required dungeons to beat this seed are Fire, Spirit, Deku Tree, Shadow, and Jabu. Once we get all 6 medallions, we get the boss key to go face off against Ganon, where we'll need the light arrows, magic, and a bow to defeat him.
Oh, that's a good thing to say. That's Prelude of Light on the Sariason check. That will solve all those issues with the spawn pointer's child.
Right. Prelude of Light, I think it's one of the best songs you can get early, just from a convenience standpoint of bouncing back and forth between adult and kid, and that disgusting kid spawn point.
So, Big Green Dinosaur, we don't know whether that 30 skull hookshot is required yet. The way that hookshots work is that there are 2 hookshot placements. The first hookshot will always be your hookshot, and the second hookshot will always be your long shot. So it's possible that that 30 skull hookshot is actually our long shot. So we may not need it.
True. We did get a Graveyard Way of the Hero that maybe we're going to see come out on Felix's side here. It could be a song for that Shadow Temple. We could get Requiem, or not Requiem, Nocturne of Shadow right here. Frogs, yep. Rest in peace, Frogs, too. It's been fun hoping for you.
Look, we've got a 30 skull hookshot. Don't ask too much.
But we do have water as a stone, and Bolero on Ocarina of Time means, unless there is something on Morpha, we don't need Longshot today. Or
hopefully.
Or shooting the sun, right?
Yes, shooting the sun is locked by long shot either to get to the Scarecrow or by beating water, which also needs the long shot.
Right, and Lake Hylia is foolish, so I guess that knocks that one out.
Oh wow, that's a really quick Song of Storms. That bottom of the well Way of the Hero is super accessible right now.
Right, he picked up some. Felix picked up some bomb shoes as well in the graveyard. So you got some bomb shoes. You got Zelda's Lullaby. Do you make that call and go back?
This seed has that kind of looming possibility of needing to get 30 skulls. It's been really nice with giving you Zelda's straight off and Storms straight after that.
Yeah, these are two great tools for routing purposes. You know, if you don't have Zelda's Lullaby for a long time, you're going to be you run past all those great fairy fountains. You're like, oh, maybe I got to loop those back in some point. But if we get those early, it makes things just so much more efficient. I couldn't catch what was on the TARDIS there.
Yeah, I did not see what was on the graveyard ledge there. I basically saw a whole load of blank underneath the crate, so I don't know.
As Felix is comprehending all these hints, seeing all these items about as fast as he's flying through this Dompe race here. As he is on one heart, so let's if anything can happen here. If on one heart, if he doesn't get a health here, if he does the jump out, he has Song of Time. He doesn't have to. I was gonna say do the little trick where you trigger the zone out, but he doesn't have to do that.
Yeah, triggering the zone out is. Yeah, there we go. Just going straight through. Got Song of Time. Not getting stuck. Though this would also be a really good place to test where your adult spawn point is if you got stuck here.
That's true. Which I wonder, you have Bottom of the Well, Way of the Hero, you get that early song, which that graveyard Way of the Hero could be for,
we don't have graveyard Way of the Hero, do we? Yes, we do.
We saw it on Zoopal's side. Zoopal has found the hint,
yeah.
Felix hasn't. But it makes sense, I guess, if Bottom of the Well is Bottom of the Well is Way of the Hero, then I guess Song of Time is also going to be on your, or not Song of Time, Song of Storms.
Yeah, I'm reckoning that the Way of the Hero in the graveyard is probably that Song of Storms, but I would love to be proven wrong.
We got that, where is our sun song? We got another check there for us. And there's still the torches in the Grave Delight. So we do have 10 bomb shoes from the graveyard. That's a decent bit. It's a nice little backflip bomb shoot play there. Zoopal going all the way out to get all these hints, really valuing that information play.
Oh, yeah, I love going for all the hints. I need to know what I'm doing. I'm not good enough. Give me the hints, let me work out the logic.
It's a quick save, or not even a save and quit, just a quit out to save that bomb shoe. So we're going to see Felix spawning in Goron City, I believe, here.
Yep, that is Goron City is your adult spawn.
Was thinking maybe scum some of the chews and check the maze or some of those right now.
This is sweet. Look.
Ooh, this
save quit to Goron City. Go right outside to get the Storm Grotto. Nicely done.
Mm-hmm. Nothing new on Zoopal's side. Where was Prelude again? Prelude was on Saria, right? Oh, okay.
Saria's song check.
Perfect. I wonder. I mean, we gotta feel like Felix is gonna turn back into a kid soonish. We'll probably see the Saria song check then. Unless Felix makes a play thinking, all right, I think my Bottom of the Well Way of the Hero is a bomb bag, in which case I'm going to make these 9 bomb shoes work for me. And maybe you put it off in that case. I've seen some of these plays where the players will put off a Way of the Hero, deducing that, okay, this is a bomb bag, and I've seen them be right, and I've seen them be wrong. So it's an interesting idea. As Felix is going back in.
There's very little point in putting up, like, the Bottom of the Well. The main things you need to unlock stuff are the bomb bag and Zelda's Lullaby. You've got Zelda's Lullaby. That is still a lot of checks that you can do in a Way of the Hero area
Right.
And it's being pointed to super early, super accessible, completely in logic. It is entirely reasonable to think, okay, maybe my bomb bag's in there, in which case I can full clear this place.
And if Felix is going out with all these bomb shoes, wouldn't be surprised. I think our runners will still go to bottom of the well. But it is an interesting thing of how you're getting later on in this tournament. These are all some of the best runners you're going to find. Is how aggressive do you route? When you're going back to be a kid, every transition they're being like, well, I want to be able to do X, Y, and Z more checks. These checks when I turn back into a kid. So maybe you still put off the well where you can still route in all these other checks that you wouldn't need a bomb bag or anything else for right now as an adult.
I mean,
so I think we might see. I do like some aggressive. I like just skipping checks that are going to take a minute. Skip those Kukos for a little bit until you run out of steam of where to go.
What's volcano there?
I'm not gonna lie, I can never tell. I gotta look at that for a good 30 seconds.
Vaguely tubular and brown. They don't have strength, so it's probably not that.
Could be something like Deku Shield, as Tatsu says. If we're talking tubular and brown, maybe like a Iron Boot?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe boots. Oh no, they're on fire and dead.
Felix not making it to the boulder.
3 hearts, yo.
Again, every heart you got adds, well, every quarter of a heart adds 4 seconds to how long you can last in there. It's a doozy. Our runners are still on 3 hearts. We're only 15 minutes in, but sometimes that's the big thing I feel like with hearts in this is doing areas like the crater, fire temple with no tunic. That's when your hearts are really gonna go in. When it comes to actual combat, our runners are gonna handle it all day with the best crouch stabs you've ever seen.
So Zoopal basically following in Felix's footsteps here. No, the interesting bit will be when they get that Song of Storms, do they follow Felix in their route or do they shoot back Child because they can do that really quickly with that prelude? Like that would absolutely be leveraging having stayed Child long enough to get that prelude.
Yeah, and we see Felix is zooming right through these bomb shoes. Already down to 2. We don't know if he's just going to quit and say, you know what, I didn't find anything I want. That slingshot isn't juicy enough for me to keep. But,
yeah. I have a feeling this might be a save scum incoming.
Which I like. We'll see probably after this check here, which is Darunia's Dance. I believe that was like a recovery heart. Something lame.
I saw the reward. I didn't see what the check was, but I saw it was recovery heart.
That's what we can do on the hints. I'll read the location, and you can read the
yeah, that works. That works, right?
As long as it's not
we are
hovered,
so competent. That's a recovery heart on the graveyard ledge, it looks like.
Oh, okay. Felix, yep, we're probably going to see a scumming of these Jews shortly, as we're going to get this hint, which I see this hint skipped a decent bit. We're not happy with that stone, because Gerudo Valley something.
The Gerudo Valley unlocks us. It almost looked like it unlocked a...
And just a piece of heart there as our quit. So all those checks we just saw on Felix's side, they're out the window. He didn't pick any of them up. He says, you know what? I don't want any of it. I'm just going to quit out. Give me my 10 bomb shoes back. As he's going to make his way...
Zora Fountain, we think, is the second foolish location.
Yep.
Yeah, Foolish Lake is nice to see, but it means they are not going to be going and getting those hints anytime soon.
Which the big struggle here could be fire is required if we get something mean like Pierre has the boss key. If Lake Hylia is already foolish, it's already kind of out of the way. If we don't get Serenade, we might not see them pick up the Scarecrow song for a long time, if at all. And that's
an interesting one.
That Saria song waiting here could be for Forest Temple access, but if that is, then there's something in Forest Temple, which is a stone, which is a little.
The Ocarina of Time teaches the Bolero of Fire, and I missed what was in Mido's house. Good grief, Felix really is zooming, aren't they?
Yeah, these runners are flying through this right now. I think Felix just wants to exhaust all the early adult checks before going back and embracing his inner child.
Yeah, I think basically what I reckon Zoopal needs to do, if they probably want to leverage that prelude advantage as much as they can.
Mm-hmm. So we see the song. He gets Song of Storms right here. Equips the bomb shoes. We're gonna save and quit. He'll find out now that we're living in Goron City, and might do that same play that Felix just did. As Felix really, gosh, the main difference is, I don't know, Felix is routing this a little cleaner right now, I think, by making the play over to Lost Woods now instead of coming over as a kid earlier. But again, the big difference is that prelude. So if Felix puts off the Saria song check for a while, all those little, every time you gotta teleport, every time Zoopal plays prelude, when Felix would have but couldn't have, that's a little time save, right?
There is a possibility that there's something else in the graveyard, but it seems likely that graveyard is Way of the Hero for Storms.
Mm-hmm. And so what our Way of the Hero hints mean is, a Way of the Hero hint is pointing towards one item or song that is logically required to beat the seed. So in our case, if we know graveyard, or not graveyard, bottom of the well is on the Way of the Hero. As we get Requiem on Felix's side, if we know bottom of the well is on the Way of the Hero, then that Song of Storms is also guaranteed to be Way of the Hero. That doesn't mean there's nothing else in the graveyard, but it means we've satisfied the requirements for Way of the Hero.
Yeah, we've satisfied with the requirements. We don't require more items there, but they might be there.
You see it a lot where, the players in a Way of the Hero location, they don't want to be for very long. Like if we got Way of the Hero Stone Forest Temple, you find something you need and you leave. That could have been it. That could have been everything in Forest Temple, but I don't know. There's always the chance. Every location could be something. As we see the Mido little backflip right here, which on Zoopal's screen, which is one of my favorite tricks. Mido's just trying to protect this girl he's been simping over for like 7 years at this point. He's saying like, you can't go in here. She doesn't want you to. And then you just run up and just do a backflip over him. I don't know her song.
Zoopal does have Sarias, but they may think it's faster or more swag to do the Mido skip.
It is, yeah, I think it is, especially if you just have to go over once. It's a little quicker than to play the song, sit through the whole, you play
That's
the song.
lights.
Ooh. Lights in the Lost Woods.
Lights specifically on the Deku Scrub outside the Sacred Forest Meadow. I believe the 20 hint must have been in Sacred Forest Meadow given when they grabbed it.
Gotcha. It's,
That is true. There might be just scumming all over the place happening.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, especially if you get Minuet. Oh, you get a wallet? No, we don't like it. This is a scummy seed right here. We're just taking everything we can grab. So the other question is, when are you going to play Requiem next? I say that, it turns out right now on Felix's side.
Yeah, apparently right now.
You can go get another song, find out what's on the arch, get another hint. Know if you have to come back with a bean as a kid. I think it's a great, songs are one of the most important things you're going to find in this game. So prioritizing when you're going to get songs is great, because especially if it's something, for his side, okay, Sun Song, which, is Sun Song, I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's great to have early, but after that, what's really doing?
Finish off checking graveyard.
True, which is Way of the Hero.
We don't know. Wait, is that Sacred Forest Meadow Way of the Hero?
It is.
So, for reference, we don't know if that hookshot on 30 is required.
Correct.
But
It could be in the bottom.
One song to make collecting skulls easier.
True. Most of these skulls are only coming out at night, so collecting the skulls will be good. Way of the Hero, Sacred Forest Meadow is, probably that Requiem of Spirit. Well, yeah, it has to be.
What a surprise. Child Song was Prelude of Light, which is, Prelude of Light cannot logically be required, but holy heck, it is going to be freaking practically required with that child spawn.
Yeah, the child spawn is pretty rough. Our new child spawn is Prelude of Light. That is our new child spawn.
Yep, that is just straight up our new child spawn. I'm sorry, did you say something? No, it's Prelude of Light. That's our child spawn.
With all these bomb trees we're scumming, are we going to see a Dodongo's Cavern dip from Felix?
I just want someone to go to bottom of the well. I really do.
Bottom of the well is...
Oh, Zoopal, I had such high hopes for you not to frickin' scum everything.
We see both of our runners. They're doing things in a little different order, running around, but overall, making the same plays, which is an interesting thing in these races when you see runners doing roughly the same thing versus going completely different routes. Zoopal going into Death Mountain Crater now.
Oh, you can scum them. That's nice.
Oh yeah, okay. So he's keeping the lights. Doesn't want to go back to Lost Woods. I think especially with Forest as a stone, having checked both of the songs in the Sacred Forest Meadow already. As we're trying to get a look. Oh, I saw for
that is definitely a slingshot up on top of Volcano.
Well, we already know where another slingshot is, so we're not coming back likely for that one. With the other one, both of our runners decided they didn't want in the Goron City Maze. Oh, Zoopal does have a Goron tunic. That's gonna save some time. Just a piece of art and all.
Going to die of fire.
So we've got very little actual progression so far from our runners. Fire arrows, light arrows are nice. We don't have a bow to use them. We do have magic on Zoopal's side, doing the Ocarina of Memory game, whereas Felix hasn't been over there as a kid yet. So Felix hasn't been there to get Prelude and magic yet, which maybe we'll see it after Bottom of the Well here.
So for people that are new here, you may notice that we said they don't have a bow, and yet Zoopal, you may notice, has fire arrows equipped. This is an interesting glitch which is allowed. If you have fire arrows but not a bow, when you equip the fire arrows, you can't fire anything, but it allows you to have a bow for targeting purposes. He did this in order to do Mido Skip with a bow, because he had fire arrows and it's a fun glitch to show off. But it sure as heck confused people. Speaking of confusing people, can we have a shout out to our trackers?
Yeah, shout out to our wonderful trackers today, Tomaltalk13 and Kisinja,
who are absolutely doing overtime with this scathe scumming to work out what the hell.
Oh, I didn't even think of that, right? You see him, we pick up that item. Nope, we didn't pick up that item. How many items did he pick up and then put away before?
Why do you think I segued into it with speaking of confusing people?
Because I'm going to be honest, 90% of what I do here is I couldn't do if it wasn't for the trackers, keeping everything up to date. I see them in the chat, even they're pointing out, like, oh, by the way, this is Way of the Hero, this is that. They're doing that.
To Maltak, you're not wrong.
Bomb Bag and Well. It's looking like Bomb Bag and Well. If not, maybe we get a strength upgrade in the well, and then we got to go to Dongo's Cavern with that strength upgrade and get a vanilla Bomb Bag. Something mean.
Whichever way, I want it. I want it.
So 30 Skulltulas being a hook shot is mean. Getting a hook shot lets you get so many more Skulltulas without a slingshot or without a boomerang too. It's gonna be a minute, which again, maybe we don't actually need that hook shot, but we'll see.
But yeah, we got the hint for 30 skulls early, and I don't know, it's not bad to encourage people to do 10 and 20 skulls, because it might be they go, okay, it might be, we've got 20 skulls being dead. It's not a bad idea to encourage people to get skulls.
Mhm.
We have not seen a scummed bottle yet. We haven't seen a bottle at all.
And we're still waiting on the dreaded 50 hint, which I wonder, sometimes routing in skulls it really changes up a race. It's another thing to think about as you do it, what you prioritize with your routing, where you go. So something like a 50 skull being, I don't know, something random that they just end up needing, like iron boots for some weird reason, could really, I wonder from a runner's perspective, right? Because obviously it's more work for you. But if you're confident and you're playing, if you're like, my execution, my routing is great, I almost think you want to see 50 skulls being something, right? Because it's like, I'm confident I can do this faster than this.
Speaking of which, Felix is picking up the Lon Ranch skulls, actually making good use of that appalling spawn to get more skulls. I like this. I like going to Lon Ranch.
That is a heads-up play. I think with the randomized spawns, making the most out of your spawn points can be a huge time save in these races. So remembering where you are, routing that back in, running around, which after this, where are we going? Are we going to go into Kakariko, pick up some more skulls, do bottom of the well? Oh yeah, I forgot about chickens. You know, you just assume, right? You usually see Lon Ranch once and one time only, but we get the pleasure of visiting it twice today. And who knows how many times we see him say it.
I just really want someone to rush well, please.
It looks like both of our runners are playing very thorough today. Not really looking to strand any checks.
I do, like, generally, when I do plays, I absolutely do things thoroughly. But in this case, the logic is just screaming at you. And bombs, yeah, I mean, they've been constantly save swimming choose. But if it's a bomb bag, then it just makes all of this so much faster.
Mm-hmm. And you want to, I don't know. It's an interesting decision. I see both playing thorough, especially if you're in a case where, all right, I think the other runner is going to go very fast. This is going to beeline it from place to place. If I just play thorough, then boom, you could win on that alone. Or you could just lose if it turns out to be a jet seat. But it's an interesting case for both runners, as we are hopefully seeing bottom well. Do you do Kukos while you're here?
Yeah, there's a lot of mind games in. There's a lot of mind games in what you think your opponent might do, what they might play. Sun Song was at Colossus, which is not a Way of the Hero area, but it means we get to check that last thing in the graveyard, which is Way of the Hero.
So we are getting some early Kukos from Felix's side. I don't hate it. It looks like Kakariko is a little out of the way, so if there is something here, we might not see Kukos for a long time. Also, being in a kid, probably never see Kakariko.
No, you're going to be here for the well.
Right.
After Way of the Hero, you're going to be here as a child.
Mm-hmm. Once they leave here, they're not coming back. They will just want to knock everything out.
Basically.
As this,
so yeah, doing chickens here makes sense. I do like the chickens check.
Zoopal following in Felix's steps right now. Again, this isn't like a Felix is behind situation. This is just Felix went through Lost Woods and Sacred Forest Meadow as a kid already. So, you can't really until somebody's in go mode, you can't really say somebody's in the lead for these randomizers, unless it's something egregious. But our Kakariko is Way of the Hero, and they haven't found anything. Who knows? Maybe it's on those 10 sculptures as well.
Yeah, Zoopal getting the sculptures as well. I'm seeing all the things I like. I like long skulls.
They, our runners are really being, I guess, showing. If you were interested, hey, how should I route? Obviously, every route is going to be different for Randomizer, but just going through, doing a bunch of stuff as an adult, going through and trying to minimize the amount of age transitions you're going to make.
And I mean, if you want a guide for how to do chicken succinctly, that was a pretty damn good one for Felix.
That's about as good as you're going to see it for.
It was only for a blue pea, but
Which makes sense. You know, you do a little work, you round up. Here's $5, right? I mean, that makes sense, I guess. That holds up. As we're gonna see, we see our wonderful Kukos on Zoopal's side, which also making great use of, if you pull out your shield instead of throwing the Kuko, you save a lot of time, so it's a lot quicker a lot of times. If you can just need to drop something on the ground, just pull out your shield. It'll just drop whatever you need. It's a lot faster than going through the whole thing.
Yep, and our lovely chat people are keeping track of what's left as options for Way of the Heroes, which is nice to see.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, it could be Nocturne on Burning Kakariko, in which case we've got to beat Fire Temple, we've got to beat Spirit Temple, and the Deku Tree before we can see that check. But we're in the well. What are we going to find here?
If we're being trolled, then there's a Kakiri sword in here.
Which I think our runners would be happy with.
Oh yeah, I'd be happy with it, but having a daisy chain of all the Way of the Heroes is not so fun.
That's true. It can be a lot of just running around. So Zoopal isn't going to be doing Kukos. Zoopal is going to check the Dampe digging. Maybe we see Kukos after Dampe, but I don't think we saw that on Felix's side yet.
No,
also some skulls.
And that's slightly later. I think what Felix is doing here is they're just doing all the bomb checks with Choose first to see if they can save scum them.
That's a smart play. That's something I wouldn't have thought of, but they, you know, I haven't seen this much scumming in a while. Ooh, that Hylian shield.
No, gone.
Felix is a picky customer here. Slingshot, not good enough. Hylian shield, not good enough. Light arrows, not good enough. Don't want them yet.
But also, no bomb locked keys,
True.
as Toxic points out.
So we're still waiting to find out what that magic item is going to be here.
Yep, absolutely, Dot. So this is the most milked 20-pack of Chews I have seen in a race in a very long time. Hello.
I think this was a 10-pack, right? That they've just been rolling through.
10-pack, but also that's a hook shot.
Ooh.
In the well.
Buy 30 skulls. Well, now that's the question, right? We haven't found the 50 skull hint, so we could keep going. So we could be waiting on that. Who knows? Because we get a bow on 10 skulls.
Yeah, this is... Wait, a bow on 10? Nice! I did say it's always good to collect those early skulls, but... Oh, that's an interesting thing, because... What if we need Longshot for Spirit Temple logic?
Right. We could have that if there is something weird where we do need it for the one Morpha item. We still don't have the 50 skull hint from either of our players, I think.
Oh!
Oh, a strength upgrade. Yeah, you're gonna light the torch for that one.
Yeah, I am 100% getting that strength, thank you.
The other question is, so after all of this, we're going to have Forest Temple open to us as an adult. Forest is a stone, sadly. So it might not be required, but do you go dip maybe the start of Forest Temple? You know, you got a bow, you got a strength upgrade, you got a quick shot. It's a little out of the way, but...
Oh! Second magic in Graveyard, in the Sunsong chest.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's a big full bar there for Zoopal. Those hearts will catch up eventually. But So we had, so that helps Felix. If Felix doesn't actually make his way over to the Lost Woods as a child.
Ocarina Memory Game.
Yep.
Ocarina Memory Game was where the other magic was, so neither of those can be Way of the Hero. So magic is not what was being hinted Way of the Hero in Graveyard, even if that's a really kind place for it to be to Felix. That might bail him out.
Mm-hmm. And so we've finished our graveyard checks. We saw Dampe was nothing. So it is for the Sun Song or for the Song of Storms to get in here to get our hook shot or our probably that strength upgrade as well.
Or both.
Or both, you know. The game acts in mysterious ways.
Like, I would point out, you do need a hook shot in order to complete Spirit's Temple. You don't need long shot, but you need a hook shot at minimum in order to get to the boss room, I believe.
Correct. You need it at the end there, especially if our runners don't pick up hover boots for a while. It can be needed. We can get over to the Fire Temple now. We can get that song. So our Fire Temple, we don't have a hammer yet, but when we can, it is our Forest Medallion, which will give us another song. So Felix, still, here's the big thing for Felix leaving, right? Does Felix get Prelude, right? Going all the way over.
Buffering.
Which,
it's buffering for me, so I'm just going to refresh.
We'll find out someday. So, surprisingly, still no combat.
I have information about the crash on Felix's side. His entire PC crashed, and we have an FBI.
All right. So, our runners
Zoopal will also pause, and in this case, it will take at least 15 minutes before we see the reason. Or when it happens, because we are on a delay.
That is true. Our runners are running on a delay, so this all actually happened in the past. Spoilers, not too.
So, to explain for the people who are new here, FPA is the Fair Play Agreement. I believe pretty much all of the runners in the top 32 have opted into it. What it means is that if something uncontrollable happens, a player can call it, and things will be stopped for, it's like 15, is it 15 minutes maximum, or I can't remember. Certainly it stops to allow the person to restart, catch up to where they were, and then they can end the pause. It's just to make things a little bit fairer when something happens that's completely out of your control, like your computer crashing.
You know, those pesky Windows updates, messing everything up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, how rude of Microsoft to do an update just when we're in the middle of a tournament.
You know, I was talking to Mr. Gates earlier. I was telling him, I know you're not that involved with this stuff, but you gotta get in there. You gotta make sure, clear out your schedule for our wonderful Season 4 Ocarina of Time Randomizer releases. So we can still see on Zoopal. Don't worry, we still got to see on Zoopal's side. We'll see the rest of what Felix did here.
But the thing is that we did not find a bomb bag in here. Zupo will be pausing soon, yes. They will be pausing at some point soon. I'm not sure when, but they will be doing that thing.
As the FPA was just called when we saw the stream crashing, that's the time when the FPA was called, so it will be another 12 minutes before Zoopal will stop.
Okay, and then will we see Zoopal
delay.
screen pause and have some of Felix's on the screen up as well after that?
Should be back up, but that's also restarting on a 15-minute delay, so...
Alright, well, hold tight everybody.
We will see a black screen for a while and try to get this started.
It's fine, that's what commentators are for, to keep everyone entertained, right?
That's
right?
why we're here. We still got Felix's screen here. Or not Felix, the Zoopal screen. our wonderful Zoopal. Taking advantage of this dead hand fight. Who needs a sword when you got some sticks? Which, fun thing with those Deku sticks, they're twice as strong as that Deku stick is as strong as the Master Sword itself, except in a couple.
Is a key on dead hand.
Which, is a bit unnecessary. Our runners can't get the skulls in here yet. Interesting that Zoopal skipped this check before coming back for dead hand, or before going to dead hand. But up to 5 heart containers, double defense, full magic. We've got all the little bells and whistles.
They aren't going to be scumming this, and that means they'll only have one bomb shoe left.
And there's Zoopal's hook shot. So be running around with one bomb chew, which we could see the most save and quitting. We could see a lot. We could see none. Who knows? But this, especially with Saria's, does put our Forest Temple in the way of the hero. I think we got Saria's song in way of the hero CAC.
It's not guaranteed. I don't think our Forest Temple is way of the hero. It's logically accessible.
Right, I misspoke.
Way of the hero points to, but it is not guaranteed.
It's not guaranteed. Which we also found a bow on 10 skulls, so that could be what we're looking for.
Yeah, that bow on 10 skulls points somewhat more to, pretty much anything in the seed. Because bow, it's kind of important.
It's, it's just one of those items you really want to have. As we're checking this last chest here, we're waiting for the bomb flower to respawn, and also with that strength upgrade, you can dip to Dongo's Cavern if you're looking for some more item checks.
Not with only one bomb shoe.
You don't want to do it with one bomb shoe. You can get in there. You can do a lot of those just strength lock checks, not necessarily the bomb ones.
So, because we could see him going to Forest Temple because of that bow, because of that strength, because of that hook shot, because of that Sarius. It's completely in logic. Or we could see him going to Dodongo's Cavern with that strength.
Right, we got a lot of interesting places, or we could just use the most out of that one bomb shoe everywhere, right? It's playing Sun Song. I think we're gonna see some more Kukos. Again, this is one of the most time-consuming checks in the game, going around and rounding up all the Kukos. But our runners are quick at it. If you ever want, I grab one Kuko, run all the way back, chuck it. Grab another Kuko, run all the way back. Whereas you're gonna see a nice little setting them up for this to be a lot faster.
It is going to be smooth. And also, a small thing to note, Zoopal did not scum that Hylian shield, so they won't be fighting Stalfos without a goddamn shield.
So what does do you want to explain how the shield helps and how our
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. So, Ocarina of Time is a well-coded game. Super well-coded game. As you can see by the fact that everything's just crashed on Felix's side. So the thing is, they didn't put in a value for the damage on the crouch stab when you have a shield and you press B and you just do a crouch stab. That doesn't have a value, so it uses whatever value the last attack you did was, with all the properties associated. So if you do a jump slash with a Deku stick and then a crouch stab with the Kokiri sword, it has the same power as a Deku stick jump slash. And it's way faster and it doesn't use up sticks. If you, for example, swing a hammer, then it gets the property to break rocks. So you can crouch stab with a master sword and you can break rocks. This is very useful for fighting Stalfosses because it is quick, it is powerful. In the DS, this trick does not work. I tried it, I was disappointed. But it does work in vanilla, yes. It is a vanilla bug/feature. Something, it would be a bug to the game designers, but it's a feature for rando and speedrunning.
I'm gonna jump over, check on Felix for a second here. I'll be right back, everybody.
Yep. I'm just seeing chat enjoying the bug/feature discussion. Oh, the patch was in Majora's Mask and they just integrate it into the 3DS Ocarina of Time thing. That's interesting. I like that. So at some point, I would like to explain that Felix's computer has just completely crashed. Felix has called fair play agreement. Zoopal will be pausing in order to honour that fair play agreement when their timer hits when the timer hits 55 minutes, because that is when Felix's stream crashed. We are actually watching this match on a 15-minute delay, so that's why we're seeing a lot of stuff. That's why we're seeing Zoopal not stopping just yet. We will have him being stopped relatively soon. We don't know how much he's lost. I mean, it might be that they're playing it, but I can't see it. So, we don't know. Zoopal will presumably be stopped for 15 minutes for the fair play agreement. It's possible Felix won't need that much time paused.
We can start earlier, that's why Toyost is checking with Felix right now. Because if I leave, we won't have commentary for the Zoopal side.
That's fine, and that's why I'm happy just talking to you lot.
Yeah, and he lost some progression, so he is allowed to catch up, but not do any new checks.
Yep. So basically, depending on how long it takes him to catch up on the progression, Zoopal might be stopped for up to 15 minutes. I know it was 15 minutes last tournament. I believe it's still 15 minutes. I could be wrong.
I think it's 15 minutes. I can check this up because some of the time loss is on my end. I'm also willing to add a few more minutes if a second FPA has to be called.
Yep, that's fair. But yeah, hopefully the save file will have actually saved. That is absolutely true, Zelda Dissent. Felix saves come so much there can't be much missing. On the other hand, it is entirely possible for a crash to lose the entirety of your save file. I have had it happen to me when I was saving regularly during a multi-world. I lost 4 medallions of progress and went, well, fuck that's to finishing that seed then. Yep, and I was being good, I was saving regularly, but nope. Computer says no. Computer says, so those 3 hours of gameplay that you were regularly saving during, nope. It's not happened during the tourney, as far as I know. This happened to one of my seeds that I was playing with a friend. Okay, chews are not in logic. The reason why chews are not in logic, yes, Joel, is because you can waste them. You can blow up random walls and pieces and end up with no bomb chews and no way to get more, which is why bomb chews are not in logic, because you can knock yourself out by being a dumbass. All logic is based on, can you lock yourself out of things by being a complete dumbass? If it is possible, it is not in logic.
So I am back, everybody. It looks like Felix has got his stream back up. He's going to be on delay, but the technical difficulties are being handled. If there's one thing that could always happen, it is these technical difficulties. They love, popping up at the worst time. It should be good, as we see a bottle on Zoopal's side.
But we're being charitable here. The logic assumes that you're an idiot not actively sabotaging yourself. Like water. So you will hear people mention key logic a lot. What key logic means is a dungeon has to make sure that if you use your keys in the most stupid places, like say for example that you got lost in Water Temple and you use all of your keys, even if you are a complete dumbass and lock yourself out of things by using keys in the wrong place, you can still always complete the dungeon. That is what key logic is there for.
The game will never try and just end your day. The game's always going to be beatable for you.
Might be rolling its eyes at you, but the game will always be beatable. Which is why Spirit Temple key logic is the bane and blessing of many people's existence. Because of the way that child and adult things are separated in the Spirit Temple, it has to assume that in order to get past some doors, which you might only need 2 keys, like, to get through, if you're being optimal, it has to assume that you need all 5 keys before you get through them, because you can be an idiot.
Spirit Temple can potentially be pretty quick if the keys are nice, if the boss key is nice.
I wrote an entire document on how the Spirit Temple logic works. In fact, we want to bring the seed because we have Requiem in a Way of the Hero location. It might be.
Zoopal making a very aggressive play here, going to very out of logic.
Yep, there's the pause.
Gerudo Training Grounds.
So just as VXR says Zoopal should be pausing soon, we have Zoopal pausing.
So if we're about an hour in, so just go ahead, stand up, do a little stretch, right?
Get a drink, get some food. Shout out to our lovely volunteers. Thank you to Siberian for rolling the seed and dealing with all the tech issues, because Windows updates are fun. Siberian has been dealing with audio issues, been doing with this organising the fair play agreement. It's great. Siberian's done a lot of work. Our trackers are the unsung heroes of our races, keeping track of what's been saved, scummed, presumably what's been lost and refound again. And my lovely co-commentator, Tamaltak, because we're going to have to fill in this 12-15 minutes just by complete bullshitting. Unless we get to see Felix running again. That would be nice.
We can't leave out also my wonderful co-commentator here, Estancia, to keep everything going. As you're going to be listening to our smooth voices, welcome to 97.9 The Zooter, as we're going to tell you guys a little story. So what do you think here on Zoopal's side? Zoopal making his way over out of Logic Gerudo Training Grounds. Zoopal had a lot of options. We could go into Dongo's Cavern. We could run over to Forest Temple. How do you feel about the Gerudo Training Grounds play?
Sorry, you might need to repeat the question. To explain briefly, I was sorting out things this end in my house. Someone just asked what save scumming meant, because we've been using that term a lot this match.
That's a good point. Let's address that question here.
Yeah, so save scumming is basically, in this particular case, you have 10 bomb chews. What save scumming is you save, you use those bomb chews to check things, and if they have nothing that you want to keep, you just quit without saving, and you go back to the point where you saved, so you get all of your bomb chews back, which means you can take the next 10 bomb lot checks. And if that doesn't have anything, you can quit again and go back. So you lose all of the progress you made, but you don't care about that progress, you care about your bomb chews and you get them back.
And
can also be used for keys in Gerudo Training Grounds is the other main place where you see it. Oh, hey General Scene, good to see you.
And Zoopal's got that one bomb chew, so, depending on where he uses it, he could say, I want that back. Until we find a bomb bomb bag. So if you got a bunch, you can do a bunch of checks and then quit. But when you find things you like, you keep the one bomb shoe. That could hurt Zoopal there a little bit. So how do we feel? What do you think the best dungeon in the game is?
Gerudo Training Grounds is not in Logic at the current point. Okay,
Right.
Actually it might be in Logic depending on how many skulls we have in Logic, but I am not very good at counting how many skulls we have in Logic.
We've got Hookshot, which is...
Lost Toxic Oxygen. Do we have 30 skulls in Logic? Because Gerudo Training Grounds, it has a lot of checks. We've got a bow. We've only got Strength 1, so we can't do the 4 checks behind the Strength block.
Oh, they do have a bottle. Good point. That is a bunch more
Yep,
skulls.
so 30 is probably in Logic. So they could, in theory, go and get 30 gold skulls, get that long shot, and then they would be able to get to Gerudo Fortress and Gerudo Training Grounds in Logic.
That makes me like this play a whole lot more. So I like, so obviously you can go out of Logic, you can do, have we explained what Logic is? I think we were talking about key Logic earlier. Logic is kind of...
Logic is what the seed expects you to do in order to complete the seed.
Mm-hmm. So it'll lead you from item to item, sort of like, okay, the game wants you to do this, then you want to. Now our runners have crafty little tricks here that they can go out of the way, such as going through Gerudo or going through the wasteland here without a lens of truth backwards, which, logically you can't do it backwards anyway. Without hover boots to get across the little quicksand there. But we know, as we were just talking about with the long shot technically being in Logic, Gerudo Training Grounds is in Logic. And what being in Logic means is knowing where potential items could be. So we know a bomb bag is out there somewhere. And none of our checks in bottom of the well that for those great items we found, the strength upgrade and the hook shot, were locked behind bombs. So logically, a bomb bag could be in Gerudo Training Grounds or in Gerudo Fortress. Which I guess logically there could be something on top of Gerudo Fortress if it wants us to have the long shot, which we can't get to yet. Well, I guess we could go get Pierre, we could go get the Scarecrow song, but nobody's doing that.
Yeah, it's a little... Logic can get thorny and complicated as heck. If you don't understand it, then that's fine. You don't need to worry about it. Just watch and enjoy. But is the essential bit that you kind of need to understand is when we're talking about in Logic, that means that we are expected to be able to get to this place. When we say out of Logic, it means the game expects us to find something in order to be here. And in order to finish, the game expects us to find all the things we need in Logic. However, we have top 32 runners. Top 32 runners look at Logic and go, it's more guidelines than actual rules, right?
It can help them lead to, all right, well, I'm not going to look here for the mirror shield because logically it can't be there. It'll help. They're not going to run around in Logic the whole time, but it's really, it's more of a guideline. It's helpful to know, which, our runners have a better grasp on this stuff than I know I ever will. And
I'm not bad at Logic. I'm not the best at Logic, but I'm not bad at it.
As Gerudo Training Ground is one of the densest item locations, which we don't have any medallion dungeons that we can go clear right now. So going to just dense item locations is always a good play. Now we might end up having to come back to Gerudo Training Grounds later if we don't find a strength upgrade there. Who knows? Maybe we even have to come back a third time, as we get more items. But it will.
But we've got a bow, we've got a hook shot. We don't have a bomb bag. I wonder if Zoopal's going to use that last bomb shoe on BMOS, and then save scum.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Zoopal run into Gerudo Training Grounds, go to the right, fight the BMOS, play Song of Time after that room, you know, do those checks, and if there's nothing, just save quit. Or not save quit, just come and leave without picking up anything. But yeah, it's an interesting thing where we found some great items, but there are no dungeons we want to beat that we can beat yet.
Okay, so to explain, Rain, Felix's computer completely crashed. So what's happening is that Felix is restarting their computer, re-getting their stream up and everything, and they are doing a bit of play in order to get back to where they were in the progression. Zoopal is pausing basically to allow Felix to get back to where he was before he crashed. That is how the fair play agreement works.
So our runners are running on, it's a 15-minute delay, right?
It is the 15-minute delay, yes.
So Zoopal got up, had to turn on a 15-minute delay, and then after that 15 minutes is up, then we'll start.
Well, it depends. It's a maximum of 15 minutes. It isn't necessarily 15 minutes. It depends on how long it takes Felix to get back to where he was. If he gets back to where he was in shorter than 15 minutes, then the amount of time Zoopal will have to pause is the same.
So this is an instance where all of our save scumming also paid off, and you're saving the game a lot. If you haven't saved in a bit, and your game crashes, right, we've been dealing with that for as long as we've been playing video games, right? It's the worst feeling where you just lose a bunch of progress. I believe Felix saved right at the start of the bottom of the well. So Felix should be able to catch back up on lost progress pretty quick. And then also follow on that.
Like, Felix literally save scummed in bottom of the well, so... Something I would note is that we've been needing to save regularly and save often way longer than we've been playing video games.
It's just great words to live by. You know, you're working on some kind of document, working in a spreadsheet, you know, you're coding something, just smash that save button as much as you can.
Danos, I don't know. VXR is confirming that he can if he wants to be really charitable if Felix can't catch up in 15, but he's not required to.
As overall, Seed's been pretty interesting.
Our community is lovely.
That is one thing. Can we shout out the Discords, our community? Very welcoming. I just got
involved. Our runners.
And our runners.
They're being so nice to each other. It's so interesting to watch them play these seeds. Give them a follow. Give our trackers a follow. Give many people a follow. And if you're interested in maybe playing, then feel free to go look at the Discord.
Yep. Everybody, you know, I started playing Zooter out in like April, late March of last year. You know, pandemic was hitting. We're all distancing. I found out about it. I've heard about the multi-world stuff. I have another friend who loves Ocarina of Time, and I found out, I was like, whoa, we can play together. This will be crazy.
Oh,
and we're back on Felix.
Felix.
He's out. He's picking up the skull mask. I presume finished out the well.
Yep. So it looks like we might be back, hopefully.
As both our runners are running. So Felix picking up the skull mask, probably headed over to Lost Woods. Hasn't been over there a kid yet. He's gonna get Prelude. He's gonna get double magic. We'll find out what's on the skull mask. While Zoopal is going down here, gonna get another Skulltula. Gonna get a great little check here in the wasteland.
You might want to refresh so that the delay on both streams is equal and we don't end up ahead of the runners.
Good point.
Okay, so I'm back. Zoopal is going across the wasteland. Yep, you're back just in time to Maltac.
So this is going to be an interesting thing. We actually see Felix go. Oh, is Felix going back to bottom of the well here? I'm not sure where the where the crash is and everything, where we leave off, but we'll get back in there in no time, everybody. As we're gonna see Zoopal do a fancy little, little backward stroll across some quicksand here. No hover boots, no long shot. We're just going to, just outrun the quicksand. We're in GTG or in Gerudo Fortress. Gonna get caught by this guard here.
Oh no! What an issue! We've been caught by the guards and put in our insecure prison inside the place we couldn't get into because the gate was shut. Oh dear, what a pity.
And we're gonna run in here, beat up a guard. So in our season 4 settings here, you only have to fight one guard to get the Gerudo Training Grounds membership card, get that trading card, and get through. You beat up one guard, they're like, you're pretty cool for beating up that person. We didn't like that person very much anyway. You're an honorary member.
Yeah, Felix is probably pausing because right now, the commentary and tracker page, I should explain, we get to see their entire stream. You guys have it cropped so that you only get the gameplay. Felix's tracker isn't back up yet. All that is there instead of his tracker is this one Pepe emote going, yeah. So, those hints, those items, we're not sure what's going on. Tomaltak has a job. Say hi to our trackers.
Again, our trackers putting in the work here today. Oh, we're gonna see some child Goron City, and then maybe do that through to Lost Woods. As we're into GTG on the Zoopal side.
Yep. So this is it is in logic, so there could be something we need right now here, rather than something locked by something else. As we get that last bomb tree being used on Beamos. Let's see if he scums.
I wouldn't be surprised. Also, there could be a bomb bag after this one. But you are out of logic. I guess, so both of our runners also save scummed a wallet earlier, which with that wallet upgrade, they could potentially go and buy more bomb shoes. But
oh, they're not scumming. Oh, we've got Song of Time. Yes, let's see what's on the right-hand side of the maze first before we scum.
It's just a bloopy, especially if it's just a bunch of trash, not even keys. We might not see a whole lot. And yes, I vote randomizing which cage the carpenter in. That'd just be
no. Do you know how many issues I have navigating the damn place?
I don't understand it at all. Oh,
more shoes.
But just 5.
Child.
More than 1, so we won't see a save scum at least. They just go 1.
They can technically clear Dodongo's Cavern out of logic.
Yeah. Which, gosh, Forest Temple and Dodongo's Cavern both being stones, really, because those are 2 temples or 2 dungeons that you can clear relatively early on.
Honestly, Dodongo's Cavern, it's a pretty nice place to go. There's a lot of checks in there. It's not hard. It doesn't take a long time.
Yeah, if it's a medallion, it's like a bonus, right? There's a good chance you're gonna get in there eventually. You usually need so many items. You could just jump in there.
Yeah, we've lost 15 minutes of footage from Felix. So Felix was playing while Zoopal was paused. We just couldn't see it.
Felix finds another wallet there, which makes
take money.
So we've seen. I can't remember where the other, unless that was where the wallet was on the other side, but having the wallet, who knows where the bomb bag is? This seed in particular, we may never see it. We're not gonna need it. Fun fact is that
you wouldn't have done any new checks, but what they have now is what they did in that 15 minutes we lost.
So, memory game on Felix's side, gonna get double magic. whereas Zoopal continues through Gerudo Training Grounds. We can do everything but the toilet and those that silver gauntlets blocks you gotta move. We're still waiting on that 50 skull hint. What would you like to see on the 50 skulls? What are we hoping?
Not sure.
Or do we want to be nice? It's nothing, or it says something like, yeah, 50 skulls is
Hovers would be mean.
Like a hovers, like a mirror shield, I guess isn't that bad, depending on, you know.
Oh, you know what would be kind of hilarious? Something for... I reckon Kakiri Sword would be hilarious.
And then just a lot of great progression in the Deku Tree.
Or Ruto's Letter, because people won't go for it with Zora's Fountain being barren, but then something's nice.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, you just put it off for a while. 50 skulls, strength 3. I like that one. We just throw a bunch of stuff.
It's also super mean. Oh look, more bomb shoes.
More bomb. All right. So
okay, this was definitely the right play for Zoopal to make with that low bomb shoe count. But,
you know, when you're an hour 15 minutes in, you don't want to still be getting too excited for more bomb shoes, but you'll take it. You know. As we've gotten, is that two nut upgrades? 2 on Zoopal's side with 40 nuts. That's convenient, I guess. But
I mean, Toxic, I think what they did when they were crashed was just recover the progress that they'd lost. Felix save warping? I don't know. Why
Felix doesn't have Prelude yet, so if you're going back to be an adult.
They were in Lost Woods.
Yeah.
They were in Lost Woods and they didn't go to Sacred Forest Meadow Way of the Hero.
Oh no.
To get the song. Felix?
I think you know, sometimes you get a little thrown off. Could be any number of issues. I trust our runners. But it's a little iffy. As Zoopal's going into the maze now, with 5 keys. Maybe we find a couple more to finish out the maze here. Nothing big other than more bomb shoes, which is handy at least. So we've got another check here.
Yeah, he's possibly just a little tilted. Bomb bag!
Bomb bag in Gerudo Training Grounds.
Yep, there we go. We all wanted to go here. It's good. We've got a bomb bag. Everything's fine.
Although it's almost rude getting that bomb bag after getting 25 bomb shoes, right? Like, we still may never see that bomb bag. And just rely on the bomb shoes. But I guess Fire Temple, you can use it for the switches a little bit. And for it helps for your little, your bomb jumps. Or your standing jumps.
I mean, it does put everything in logic as well.
That's true. I think that's
like those light arrows. Yeah, Felix is quite possibly just a bit off balance from that crash.
Mm-hmm. It's ground. Yes, Dotso, you're right. Ground jump. But yeah, I get I'll get any name mixed up. Don't worry. If you're ever wondering the wrong way to pronounce something, if you're ever wondering the wrong word for what a glitch is called, I'm your man.
Yep, but Felix is missing that. Saria's check and just going straight to Goron City. Which is fair enough. Get to do the maze as a child, get another Skulltula while doing it, get Hot Rod of Goron. All good.
Yep. We've still got a lot of race ahead of us here. There's plenty of time for both runners.
Is there's a setup to allow you to use the bomb chew to hit that crate in the valley. It was a bloopy, don't care. Felix looks like they got a scale.
A scale from Rolling Goron there, which, you know.
I'll take it.
I'll take it. It makes a lot of routing. It makes routing a lot easier.
50 skulls is a piece of art.
Hey! Just a little love for Valentine's Day. And do I know how to pronounce the Fire Temple boss name? We're gonna have to wait and see. CP. I'll pronounce it then. Tune in later to find out if I know how to pronounce that word.
Depends on where you're from as to what accent you end up pronouncing it with, really.
You know, we all read these words as kids. We don't, you know, I think when did this game come out? 1998. It was about like 7 or 8 years old.
That, yeah.
Nobody knows how to read that well when they're a kid. At least by nobody, that's just me trying to justify myself. But
Felix realized they possibly did not have that song.
Mm-hmm.
Or they realized they didn't hand in Skull Mask.
That's a good point. If your tracker and all your notes because it was Felix did experience a full PC crash, so all of that stuff probably wasn't saved, which is gonna be rough. If there's one thing you need a lot of, it's notes. But if there's one thing I believe Felix can overcome all this. I am liking the blue and purple, the blue hearts and the purple magic on Felix's side.
Felix, you're pausing for an awfully long time. Are you just recovering your notes?
So, we do have Zoopal making the Stone Dodongo's Cavern play, as we talked about. You know, you find that bomb, you got a strength upgrade, you finally your bombs, maybe something was hiding in here that he needs. As that check, just some more bomb shoes for Zoopal, which at this point, 30 bomb shoes. We're set for the rest of the seed as far as explosive goes. I don't think Felix was using the Solly Tracker because the Solly Tracker has weird graphics in it, and no, they've got one of the slightly more standard ones, I think. So we're still going through Dodongo's Cavern as an adult is a very different experience than going through as a kid, right? You skip about half the done.
It's so much easier doing it as an adult. It would have been nice if you could do this in the vanilla version, but it's almost like you're not meant to do that.
It's a fun little, turns out being a big boy lets you jump around a lot. As we haven't found anything so far. So we are going to see our first standing jump here, or a ground jump. Gosh, me and words. By blocking that shield, doing a little setup, essentially you can store a jump that when you go to backflip or something, for instance, you can...
We're not sure why Felix is paused. They might be trying to get their notes back from their crash.
Yep, we will... We'll keep you guys in the know as information becomes available to us. As Zoopal just chucking those bombs in the eyes there. Doesn't need to do the whole drop down and drop the bombs there. Which does make us think we're going to see the full Dodongo's Cavern. We got 2 checks left after this one. Might as well go...
Dodongo's Cavern isn't a long place. That's a lens.
That's a lens, which... put some more things into logic, I guess would put Wasteland.
Okay, right. What's happening? Felix had a computer crash. We think they might be trying to recover their notes. There is a hook shot on 30 skulls. That will be our long shot if we're getting it. And we just found a lens in Dodongo's Cavern. What I'm trying to work out is what that means for logical wasteland crossing.
So I guess, we got Requiem in logic with Saria's songs. 10 skulls is that bow. So we're going to see We're gonna see a great Dodongo. Again, a lot of the bosses have these little tricks that let you do them a lot quicker. Dodongo's cavern, or King Dodongo, not so much. You kind of just fight him the vanilla way. We're just gonna jump at
it only takes 2 hits when you're an adult as opposed to 3 as a child, but you know.
You know, he rolls around. He's it's a bit of a mess. But there he goes. It also, you know, when you do Dodongo's Cavern as an adult, it kind of causes a time paradox where you didn't do it as a kid. But, you know, they still, like, Darunia still likes you because he's like, you saved us, but you didn't do it then. Technically, you did it after. So we're, you know, your Zelda timeline tracking is actually a little bit, if it wasn't a little awkward enough with the whole multiple timelines and your game progression, throw Zooter timeline in there as well.
So Felix did call fair play agreement. They had time used to catch up. They possibly misunderstood what they were allowed to do in that 15 minutes and may not have realized it included sorting out his notes.
Okay.
Does Siberian or do we want to check what's happening with Felix?
Someone can check over, but I hope he is. He was a bit unclear when I asked him to tell me if he's back where he lost progression. Then I sent over Toyost, and he said he was fine. Then I gave the countdown, and if he started collecting then, I'm not sure what he's waiting for now, because he hasn't written anything for over 20 minutes now.
Alright, well, I am going to jump back over.
In worst case, in worst case, I'm thinking about rescheduling the race.
Makes sense. I'll be right back, y'all.
So, in the meantime, we can talk about what Zoopal is doing. So, Zoopal does not want that first prize. They don't care about Arrow, so they're just going to bomb the shop lady. Well, I guess it might wake her up. And Deku Shield, nope, don't want that either. Bye. Yeah, it's possible that the fair play agreement was misunderstood. So that really wouldn't be fair. It might be we asked for another pause so that he can properly sort things out. We're not sure. No, there won't be a 30-minute delay on the stream. We can still see the menu icon is changing. So, yeah, we're not sure what's going on. We're just finding out now what's happening. The countdown was the effect of Felix said that they were fine, which Siberian interpreted as, yeah, I've caught up, it's fine, we can end the pausing now, so we can restart play, at which point Siberian gave the countdown to restarting play at the end of the as the end of the thing. Oh, Felix stream is on pause since 20 minutes ago and is still paused. Yeah. We're not sure what's happening. We are just finding out what's going on now. Hold on tight, folks. We are trying to sort things out. In the meantime, we are still seeing things in Zoopal. They may be asked to pause again. It could come to the point where we have to reschedule if the fair play agreement was misinterpreted. Or Zoopal will just have to pause a bit more and then we might be able to see Felix catching up. I don't know what's happening. Computers are breaking today. Breaking all over the place, I say. So, in the meantime, if there are any new people here and you have any questions about what's happening, what logic means, anything about randomizers in general, please feel free to ask. I can still commentate on what's happening on Zoopal's screen at the moment, but happy to answer questions.
I am back. Felix is ready to go. He's waiting for a countdown.
Does that mean Zoopal will...
Oh, really? So he's pausing for 20 minutes now without telling?
It's,
oh, goodness.
It's a bit going on there. So we can
This.
So we will try and get this squared away, everybody. Don't worry. And again, our runners are on a delay for anything that does happen, so we still have the wonderful screen and the wonderful sounds of Zoopal's game.
Okay, something to note. We do have a lot of people who speak a lot of different languages in here. Felix, I believe, may be French. It is very likely that the English just got misinterpreted because not everyone has English as a first language. That is the thing which can happen.
So we do see Zoopal running around here in the child spirit side for now. We can go ahead and just kind of comment on what is going on here.
Fair enough, Zeno. I wasn't sure. I'm just saying it's very easy to misunderstand this.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on here, a lot of moving parts.
We are doing our best to sort out technical issues and communications. Either Zoopal could pause for 20 minutes or so while Felix plays in order to make up for the time lost. They could reschedule. We just need to see what happens. In the meantime, let's see what's happening and where some items are in Child Spirit, because this could tell us whether Requiem of Spirit is required for key logic or not.
Making through, hitting that. We're hitting the switch with a bomb chew there, right? We don't want to spend a stick. We don't have. That little poke, that is the worst, potentially the worst little pokey guy in the whole game, in my opinion.
Yeah, because you just need to get to here and fall in the hole to reset the room. But no, just thrown slightly off and not hitting the cutscene trigger.
He's making his way through here. It's like he knows you're going to jump down anyway.
That is a key on Child Spirit side, but the other one wasn't a key.
Okay, so one key.
I'm not sure what that means for key logic. Toxic.
I guess we don't know adult side yet. If we're key if we have no small keys, then definitely key required.
Dotso has apparently worked through that key logic. Requiem is required.
All right, perfect. Love our spirit key logic experts here.
I am not very good at counting things.
And yep, you need all of the.
Oh right, it is in fact just that simple. Okay, sure.
So we are going through it. We're going to see some more Kid Spirit. We got magic. Ooh!
Oh, that's hovers.
Those are some hover boots. which
That's important.
You need for some dungeons. They're just convenient to have. There's a lot of nice movement you can do with hover boots.
Yep. And if you need that slingshot, then you can get the one on the volcano with the hovers.
Mm-hmm. So we are going through the Spirit Temple here. Felix, so another thing with our runners are on a big delay, so any changes or anything we'll see is going to take a minute. But we'll keep rolling around here. Side jumping, hopping, Deku sticking our way through the rest of this dungeon. Which, flame storage, handy little strat there. Estancia, do you know how flame storage works? I'm not great at these glitches.
I do know how flame storage works.
All right.
So, flame storage, the way it works is that you stand in a place where the stick gets lit as you put it away. Basically, because of the putting away animation has an animation, that animation, if you make it go through the torch, that stick will remain lit in your inventory as long as that torch is loaded.
Mm-hmm. Which normally here, you gotta grab all these silver rupees, that lights one of the torches, then you use that torch to go light everything else. But instead, we just bring our own fire in, bring your own fire, quit the checks as we rock and roll through here. Again, we'll let you all know how we roll at what's going on as we know. So yeah, those hover boots, yeah, that makes sense if they're out of logic until strength 2. Anything Datso says, I just kind of take as law. Datso could be like, yeah, did you know the sky is in fact red always? It's not blue. I was like, Datso, you're right.
I mean, I can actually explain why the sky is blue, but also... But
So,
yeah, basically, we are going to wait on call for organisers to see what's actually happening.
As where did we get Serenade? Which song was?
I have no idea where we got Serenade. It looks great, probably because it's clouds and miserable. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on anymore. It's not the reflection, it's refraction.
Yep. And
Okay, so what happened with Felix is that Felix's computer crashed, and then the fair play agreement and how it worked was misunderstood.
which a lot of things going on. Perfectly understandable. As Zoopal, where are we headed on Zoopal's side? Going back to Kakariko. Gonna go up maybe. Not sure what we're missing. Yeah, well.
Okay, am I actually freaking going to have to explain why the sky is blue? Am I really going to do this?
I think this is important. This is an important part of Zooter. We need to make sure everybody knows is why the sky is blue. Let's hit it.
Sorry, what did you say? I just missed that because my lovely men were laughing because one of them is also a physicist and wants to fact check my explanation of why the sky is blue.
Uh-oh. Pressure is on now. I think our lovely chat here would love to hear about why the sky is in fact blue. As we're seeing some great explanations in chat this one.
Yep, Balthier has it.
Yeah, so now it just looks like we're copying.
So when it scatters more and the angle is bigger, it's blue. That's why at sunset it's red, because the light doesn't need to because the wavelength doesn't refract as much, i.e. bend.
Mm-hmm. As Zoopal does find Ruto's letter in a very convenient location, right by the domain itself, which we could turn in, you know, get some more checks through that, which will open up ice caverns for us. All of this in logic.
That Ruto's letter on Frogs 1?
Yeah. Frogs just, you know, they saw the bottle going downstream one day. They're holding on to it till somebody played a sick tune.
I mean, yeah, okay, who called strength? Okay, so it turns out that Zora's River is freaking loaded.
Mm-hmm. It's,
So that strength 2 was completely in logic. So hovers are 100% in logic now.
Which doesn't get it. I mean, it. Gosh, we're getting there item-wise. What items do we need? We need that Megaton hammer. We need a mirror shield. We need a little Deku sword and a boomerang. So we're kind of at a point where we can't clear a lot of these dungeons. But we've got a lot of handy things. We still need Nocturne of Shadow.
More importantly, Felix still isn't moving.
Dins as well. Yep. So, you know, it's just this weird thing where we got a lot of items we need, but it feels like we're getting a lot of items, but the dungeons we want to do are still just kind of out of reach. As we're just jumping in and out of the Zora shop to refresh the room here, we're gonna get some more sticks. Stand in for that sword until we get it. So
we'll see what happens.
We are gonna turn in that letter now. There is one check in Jabu that, you know, who knows? What if it's like a vanilla boomerang, right? Wouldn't that be mean?
If it's a vanilla boomerang, then the seed is awful, and Siberian should feel bad, but it's a lot better than most of the star seeds.
It's rough. We do know. Nope. Yeah, we do know Zora's fountain is foolish.
Yep, Zora's fountain is foolish, and also Lake Hylia. Yeah. So, as Siberian has just said, what might end up happening is we might not ask Zoopal to pause, but what we might do is compare the amount of time they've been running. So Felix's time will have the amount of time he's been paused, possibly removed from it. We're not sure. So it might be that when we see the finishes, that doesn't necessarily mean we know who the winner is.
Right. So this will be exciting, and you know, maybe we get to see even more. It'll be a nail biter right to the end. You know, we'll get.
And in fact, beyond the night, and in fact, beyond the end.
Yeah. Rang on Morpha, that would be...
Rang on Morpha is horrid. And that means we need that 30 skull hookshot.
Right.
Oh, that's the second scale.
A second scale, which, you know, we're also right here. I guess Lake Hylia is foolish as well, but if you wanted the Zoras, if you wanted to go check out Pierre, the Pierre song, get that started as a kid, head over here, right from here. But we get that fish. It looks like we're jumping into Jabu.
No, the interesting thing is that that's our second scale. This doesn't make much of a difference because what the gold scale puts in logic is the lab dive in Lake Hylia, which we know is foolish, and it allows you to get the iron boots if they are in the Tektite Grotto.
True.
We don't know if the iron boots are in the Tektite Grotto.
Yeah,
And we don't
haven't
even
seen
know
there
if we
yet.
need the iron boots, but it would be useful to see what's in there. Nope, no one's peeked it.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe something in the toilet, something in Water Temple. Which, you have a bad seed though if end up going into Stone Water Temple with Gold Scale. That'd be which isn't really logical, but like
I mean,
don't know.
okay, you are able to get into Water Temple with Gold Scale, but I don't think it's logical for you to get anything in there without iron boots. I could be wrong.
Yeah. So, Zoopal continues to roll on through. We're going to see that first check. So it's worth noting also, we did find a slingshot in Logic now. But when we were back earlier in the seed, when we were scumming chews, just like going through, they did find a boomerang and passed on it. So going, getting through. So any slingshot required checks are still in Logic, which logically, I guess the game wants you to have a slingshot to get in here, I think. Bomb chews aren't going to cut it for the game's logic. But, the game doesn't care about bomb chews that much, which is a little rude. I think bomb chews are pretty nice. I think they're kind of cute. So, that's that.
Oh. Okay, so for reference again, if you're new, there are a lot of meme/reference names for various different checks in the game. So some of these names are easy to work out, like the Tektite Grotto is the grotto in Hyrule Field with a Tektite on it. And Felix is off.
Felix is back. So
One of
time-wise,
these-
we're all over the place, but
one of the less common names and more oblique ones is the manager. It's referring to the Floormaster chest in the back of Shadow. It's not a very common name for it, so I'm just calling it the Floormaster chest. Having the Kokiri sword at the end of Shadow would be freaking mean, but they have to do Shadow anyway, so they're probably going to go get it anyway.
So Zoopal going left, faking us out, going right.
Hey there.
Hey.
Hello.
Just quickly want to come in and address what happened earlier. Not sure how much you already talked about it, but
a bit.
Please do clarify what's going on and what's happening now. We're not quite sure how this match is going to be decided, so if you can clarify that would be great.
Just quickly, Raintree, I'm the boss here. That's all you need to know. So, as you all noticed, there was a bit of a miscommunication regarding the FBA that Felix called. Felix sadly misunderstood the guideline that Xavier gave him and started or agreed to start to stream the race again. Roughly, around, I don't know, 13 minutes before he was back where he was already originally. We decided on the following. We will let this race play out as it is, looking how it actually goes. And unless Felix wins, which would obviously mean he would have won by a long shot, we'll approach the two racers, get their feedback, and then likely schedule a rematch. Because there is just too much of a time discrepancy in that case to be able to properly figure this out. So yeah, this is the current call. Depending on the result, there will be a rematch or not. If it's a close call, there will be a rematch in any case. But we'll bring it back up, and you'll all get to know about it after the race concluded, and we talk to both randoms.
So that means, everybody, if you wanted more Zooter, we got a chance for even more.
Also, Deco Theater!
Woo!
Woo! Little scrubs, do the dance with the little scrubs.
It's just a bloopy. You know, they like your mask, give you a little money, and you're on your way here.
The true reward was the dance we had along the way.
So we still have a lot of race go. There's still a lot of items we need. So as we've said, timeline. Felix, picking up that letter. Are we going over to turn that in now, or nope? We're gonna keep going down through the river.
Yep, get the chicken, go up, check the grotto.
Mm-hmm. So we're in for some interesting plays here, at least Felix side. I think Felix might, once it's time to be an adult again, I wouldn't be surprised to see Felix go over to Gerudo Training Grounds, which we know holds the first bomb bag we know of, at least. As Zoopal is making their way over to Goron City. Goron City's been a bit of a hot spot, I feel like, today. We've seen a lot of traffic through here. As we see the wonderful heart container up top. Looks like we'll pass on that. We got Zelda's Lullaby, we got Saria's song, we're gonna see, we got a bomb bag even. We can full clear the child side of Goron City here. Although we do know Dancing Darunia is nothing. Sadly, we won't see that check today, everybody. I know it's a big hit.
Yep.
So we are, look at this little bomb shoe adventure. Just throwing one up. You know, we don't like those Goron paintings. As what's in
But that
the
said,
box?
Felix, by not doing Child Spirit, has actually probably saved a lot of time on Zoopal doing the equivalent.
Mm-hmm. There are a lot of things that could happen here still. And you know, who doesn't like some good old Zooter on this this great Valentine's Day Sunday?
Yeah, I don't care so much about the Valentine's because my birthday is very soon. So it's like, no, don't bother getting me chocolate for Valentine's Day. Just, you know, get it cheap and give it to me for my birthday. Birthdays are more interesting.
That's always an interesting thing with
now
when
let's
you
see
have
what
birthdays close. Holidays, yep.
Yeah, let's see what Zoopal does with that gold scale and see if that affects anything they do. They seem to be going adult. Okay. So hopefully Zoopal remembers that Lake Hyliu is foolish, in which case he might go and check Tektite Grotto. Or he might just be going adult to go back to Spirit and all that lot.
Yep, we can go. We still need that Mirror Shield to finish, but there's a lot of juicy checks we can get in Spirit as an adult with our strength upgrade. We have Felix making his way through Zora's Fountain. We're gonna turn in
straight to Spirit.
For Zora's Domain. Yep, straight to Spirit. We'll find out what's next. We'll get it all set up for when we do get that Mirror Shield to just run right through it. We're avoiding that stone forest for as long as possible, but
yeah, stone forest is not fun. Like, if you don't have to do Forest Temple, why would you unless there's hints pointing to it? What we've got is circumstantial at best.
Right.
Like, there's nothing that definitively points to forest. We've only got circumstantial evidence.
It's a desperation call for sure.
Okay, so to explain what's happening in the chat, the way that the Minish Cap rando works is they have some they have a tracker. So when someone rolls a seed, if there are things like very memey or referencey, like if they're very memey areas with important items, then they get meme points. If it's just a bad seed and all the runners agree, they can say, no, this seed is bad, ban them, and they get ban points. The person who has the most combined ban and meme points has to run an awful, awful seed in punishment for.
That would be something. We do, Mikey Mike, we do need to have random seeds here. But, be an interesting. What, Stadia, what would you think about a tournament that is all Plando seeds? That'd be,
I think one with all Plandos. Plandos, if you know it's a Plando, then it's far too predictable. It's better to have a normal one.
Yeah.
It's better to have a normal race because, sure, it could be in the worst place possible, but it could just also be in the next check.
Yeah, it's like, how nice is the person going in a plan? I don't know. Which another kind of race you could run is a spoiler log race, where our runners know where everything is ahead of time, and you can just check it, find out where everything is, and that's just to trying to route it as great as possible.
Yeah, to explain Mikey Mike, many seeds this season have been really terrible for the runners. That doesn't mean they were a Plando. It just means that, most rando seeds can be bad in one way or another.
With all the items we need, and with a lot of these items not blocking a lot, things like boomerang, long shot, mirror shield, there is a chance that you get an item that's just out of the way, but that, that's randomizer. At the very least for the races.
Also, No, continue.
Okay. At the very least for our racers, you know the other person's got to do it. So if you get a rough seed, at least you got somebody in there with you working through it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why the ban list punishment races are the top two on the ban list race each other. It makes it more fun. But yeah, we just found our second bow in Spirit on the adult side.
Okay. That
There is only one kind of spoiler log race which I find fun to watch, and that's when it's the Pictionary race. Oh look, iron boots.
Ooh, iron boots, which are an interesting item to get, I guess. Here.
Hopefully that's just there because the iron boots had to be somewhere. Our spirit temple isn't way of the hero. Probably fine, right?
Yeah, I just pretend like I didn't see those for a while, right? Just kind of keep going about your business.
Well,
I'm gonna act like I don't have the items.
We're gonna keep them in mind. Like it opens up another area in the world where we can go. We just don't want to have to go there at any point soon.
Yeah, it's just a low priority for us. The Pictionary races are fun. I think, if you're into something like the Link to the Past randomizer, I've seen some races they've done where it's like one person has the spoiler log and one person doesn't. So you have one person trying to direct the other person where they get it live and it's just a giant mess. Our Kokiri sword.
Spirit temple's loaded. Kokiri sword as well, and we do actually need that.
Look at that. We can finish a medallion dungeon, everybody. Been a little bit.
We already could. We're in a medallion dungeon. Oh,
Well,
wait, no, we don't have mirror shield. Never mind.
It's always that mirror shield I forget about. And then, yep, we can hit up those trials, since 2 medallions open up the pathway to Gan's Castle. We can't fight him yet until we get all 6 medallions. It'll be an interesting little thing, because that's another thing, is when do you go Ganon's Castle? Obviously now our runners have been through most common places. That Ganon's Castle is going to look a little more interesting to go to, whereas if you don't have Strength 3, it can be a time waster sometimes.
again, to explain things, if people haven't been around, the Season 4 race settings, we have 2 medallions opening the Rainbow Bridge to Ganon's castle, but we have the boss key for Ganon's castle on 6 medallions. So they can explore around Ganon's castle a bit at 2 medallions, but in order to finish the game, they need all 6. The win is killing Ganon first. However, today it's a little bit weird because we've had some technical issues and one of the runners has had a crash. So it's going to be a little interesting calculating the times at which they killed Ganon, but whoever killed Ganon in the fastest time is the winner.
Mm-hmm. We have a...
Time may, of course, be entirely subjective rather than objective.
we do have a chance for a potential rematch as well, depending on how this goes. As what a little screen on Zoopal's side there with the little fire slug. Right.
I love the photo bombs.
Oh my gosh.
You've got to love those moments where there's a cutscene or you start playing a song and there's just a beautiful photo bomb.
Oh my gosh. So Felix made a similar play to Zoopal and doing that first check, getting Jabu Jabu ready to be completed. You know, they don't have to go all the way down in Jabu to go get Princess or to get Zorgan. They can just go in there.
But now I suspect we are going to... Okay, I thought we were going to go to Decatry, but...
I guess maybe are we going to go through Zora's fountain? Or through Zora's domain to the river?
Set up the Scarecrow.
Oh yeah. You could hit up the Scarecrow while you're here as well. So we'll see a few warps. Putting that scale to good use for certain for moving around here.
Yeah, this looks like setting up the Scarecrow.
You know, you might as well. So this is anything to avoid having to save it with the Lamon, right? As looks like Zoopal is a good like down A Scarecrow song. So you see a lot of different variation in what our runners want to play. You can play anything you want for your Scarecrow song. But, you know, I'm partial to the down A repeating. I see some people do like Majora's Mask songs. Some people do some people like up left, some just a full circle. It's So
what Zoopal is doing is they're taking the quickest way to Lost Woods, which I don't know, might actually take more time. Like, you could have just walked out and gone across the whole field. I'm not sure whether it's actually faster to Serenade, then swim to the diving point, then go through Zora's domain to go to the Lost Woods to get to Kokiri Forest.
Yeah, at least you do get the song set up if you need it, and later if you need it for potentially, I guess, just Fire Temple. They have hover boots.
Oh yes, I was just wondering whether it was faster. I still would absolutely take the Scarecrow song, but is it actually faster to do all the diving shenanigans?
That is an excellent question. As Mike and Mike just enjoying the beautiful sights. You know, we get a lot of various little places we can see. You know, doing the full tour.
The swag.
Oh, what a jump slash there.
Oh no, did not get the swag the second time.
So are we going to see these hint checks from Zoopal, or do we have all the hints we need? Looks like we're going straight into the Deku Tree. Maybe after, maybe not. See what we get here.
Okay, so Zoopal's hint tracker looks like they haven't got the 50 skull hint, and they haven't got 3 of these sometimes hints, or they just haven't written them down.
Gotcha. We've seen, on somebody's screen, we know 50 skulls is dead. But, you know, and it's like, do you need a long shot, right? That's 30 skulls. That's a decent amount of time picking up skulls, so I could see it not being as big of a priority. As we are rolling through, Felix checking some grottos. We'll find out what is new on Zoopal's side here, though.
Yep, because Deku Tree is not a place we've seen yet.
As I can tell you, I didn't know this chest existed until I started playing Randomizer. My tracker said, "Yep, there's a chest. There's 2 chests in that."
Oh, we need that.
Yep.
That
so
is, and it's right next to the ice arrows. Of course it is. But no, we need that hammer for Fire Temple. We can finally clear another medallion dungeon.
Yeah, we can clear out this Deku Tree, head over to the Fire Temple, clear out that. I wouldn't be surprised to see. I don't know, like, because you're gonna have to turn into an adult. Do you hit up Goron, or do you hit up Ganon's castle before going over to the Fire Temple, or do you just go straight there? Right, it's another dungeon you can clear. Which
it's progression at this point.
And Fire Temple is an interesting temple for Randomizer, because you could get the boss key at any moment and go fight the boss. Which,
yeah, I'd say you do Fire Temple because it's a forest medallion, which gets you another song. If you get the boss key early, it can be a fairly quick one. You have everything you need to complete it. It's progression. Yeah, I'd definitely be looking at Fire first, but I'd want to confirm Scarecrow's song first.
Yeah, it's interesting decisions here. As Felix is going to go check out Gerudo Valley, the waterfall, and the box. We saw the box on Zoopal's screen earlier, I believe, right? That was nothing?
Yes, I think it was a bloopy. Sorry, Dotso.
So we're going to store some fire here for when we jump across as...
Oh, hey, look, it's a bomb bag in Deku basement. If this was Season 3, that would have been a really easy bomb bag.
So it's worth noting, too, Zoopal says, no, I don't want that long shot right now. We're skipping some Skulltulas to save time. Long shot, you know, it is a long shot that it is required, but...
But I think Zoopal has seen enough of Spirit Temple that... Okay, so the thing with Spirit Temple key logic is that long shots can be logically required if there is a key on the child side hand on the outside of the temple. So the right hand on the statue that's in the Colossus.
Okay.
Because Zoopal has found that long shot is logically required for Spirit Temple key logic, that probably means they're looking at it and going, but I don't actually need the long shot in order to do that, and I probably don't need it for water, so I'm going to skip Getting Skulls because I think it's only logically required rather than actually required.
Logic's magic here. We don't. You know, our runners got the skills to do what they need.
It is a gamble. There could be something on Water Temple. There could be something on Shoot the Sun.
Which
it's
skipping checks to go fast is nice, but when it's 30 Skulltulas, if you decide to skip that, that's a long time to get back. That's a bit of a rough one. So you know, if it's something like Mirror Shield on Morpha, right? But I like the gamble. Right?
Yes, true, the lake is foolish. I temporarily forgot that.
So we're in Child Spirit on Felix's screen. Zoopal's going back to an adult. Are we going to Fire? Are we going to Ganon's castle first? Where are we going?
I would be very surprised if we weren't actually playing Serenade of Water.
There it is.
Way, I called it.
Look at that. Little known fact, Estantia is actually from the future, has watched this race before.
No, I really haven't. It's just, look, there's a house rule that one of my friends has, and we're considering instituting, which is that you're not allowed to use OC prescient. You're not allowed to use out-of-character prescience for in-character advantage.
Oh, okay. I'll take it. It's,
Like, you're not allowed to use actually being psychic to help you when playing games. This is considered unfair.
So it is worth noting, Felix hasn't gone to Gerudo Training Grounds yet, which is where Zoopal got his first bow, or his first bomb bag.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We're
There is no bomb bag, and
Mhm.
Bo is on 10 skulls. But he hasn't got that either.
We are gonna get a. I feel like we'll see a 10 skulls check at some point, but we're gonna get a Kokiri sword in Spirit Temple, and there is a bomb bag in the Deku tree.
Which is probably going to be their first one, so they're going to save all of that time that Zoopal spent in Gerudo Training Grounds and crossing the desert, etc.
Unless they make their way over there later.
Yeah, it's easily possible that he'll go there later. But this is what we mean by you might not want to stay in logic.
Running around using these bomb shoes. This is a bit of a weird bomb shoe with the curvature of that wall there. It can be kind of rough to time it off. Slingshot is in the maze. Our runners save scummed that one earlier. They just were like, yeah, no. All right, we got one chew left here on Felix's screen to hit the switch. We're waiting. We're timing it up. We got the mean lizard man there too. Getting it, no problem. Missing that one would be huge, but Felix coming through in the clutch. Again, I forgot our boots were in here as well. Wait, our Kokiri sword, was that on the adult side, Spirit?
It was on adult side, Spirit, on the way to the Iron Knuckle, I believe.
Okay. Which
it was in one of the invisible chests.
So we could well, Felix is out of bomb shoes, so I don't know if we're gonna see or no, Felix has hook shots. I was concerned about hitting that switch at the start of adult side. With hook shot.
Yeah, we're fine.
So we're in that scary moment, right? You've had explosives forever, but now they're gone. So, you know, I forget. Maybe we'll find some more along the way, right? The real.
Oh, that's a good point, Dotso. He doesn't have any explosives, so he doesn't have a way to kill the beam moss.
Ooh, which how do you get this item here? We're also grabbing these rupees.
Wait, you need to climb. Wait, hang on. Why do you need to kill a beam moss on adult side again?
I know there's this Beamos in this room that
the wall climbing.
A little in the way here. Unless you can sneak in there. Ooh. Yeah, be quiet, Beamos. Throw that nut at him. Oh, in the room with the Anubis guys. Yeah, there is.
Right,
that.
yes, that Beamos.
Maybe we'll find some more farther in. Some bomb shoes somewhere else. But what is the next play here for Felix?
I mean, Gerudo Training Grounds has a lot of bomb shoes as well.
That's true. We did find a bunch of bomb shoes. We got all stocked up, and it's like, all right, and now here's a bomb bag. Now that you've got all the bomb shoes you'd ever need, we'll give you the bomb bag. As we're just rolling through the Fire Temple on Zoopal's side. Which I don't believe we've seen anything too major, except for
we've seen this first chest in the pre-boss room, but we haven't seen anything else.
Okay. So we're just running back, saying, nah, maybe later. Yep, we're gonna see.
I mean, possibly because it might have been Zoopal that already checked it, and he forgot he already checked it.
Mm-hmm. Zoopal is heading, or Felix is heading over to Gerudo Training Grounds. It looks like.
So, yep, good call. They'll get their bombs, probably come straight back.
He could
Oh,
also.
yeah,
Yep,
that's true. Felix could be reversing to buy choose.
Which is
And that
just the best play for Felix here is to buy choose and just go back. But I wonder, do you reverse cross twice? Thinking maybe I gotta go back to do Gerudo Training Grounds anyway. He's got strength 2.
Zoopal just got boss key.
Ooh.
Zoopal just got boss key very in fire. The question is, does he keep going?
I think with 0 keys still, I think he might have to go fight Volvasia early there. But so Felix also still doesn't have a bow, which not having that bow is a big deterrent from going into Gerudo Training Grounds, I feel.
Yep, and may in fact completely lock everything.
Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some Bomb Chew Merchant. Right, you got 200 rupees in the bank. They're not doing anything for you.
Here we go.
We're
So
off.
how many of you knew this guy was here when you played this through as a kid?
I know I missed him. He's But it looks like we're not teleporting back to the temple yet. We are heading over to the fortress. What was the boss that? All right, I'm saying Volvasia, but you know I'm sure it's not that.
I say Volvagia.
Volvagia,
I say Volvagia. Honestly, there are so many different ways to say it that who knows.
We'll we'll just all pronounce it. Well, we're all right at the end of the day. We all win. Voldemort is also the right pronunciation.
Like for a 10.
Damn it, 40 Kates. I love you, but also damn it, 40 Kate. Also, hello, new people. Yay!
Hey. So we're dropping some bombs. Do you want to explain this one, or I can for this boss fight? What dropping all of these bombs is actually doing here?
Okay. So as we know, Ocarina of Time is a well-coded game, and it's worrying how many of my explanations start with that. So basically, when Volvagia flies around in the air, their hitbox doesn't quite get cleaned up properly. So despite where Volvagia actually is, the Volvagia flying hitbox is left underground in the hole that Volvagia dived into in their last flying phase. So if you drop a bomb in it, then you can hit Volvagia with the bomb in their second hitbox, which is abusable as hell. And means you can get a kill just that clean as the one Zoopal got. But you need to be careful that you finish off Volvagia with a sword hit. I believe if you do a normal sword hit and a bomb hit at the same time as Volvagia's last point of damage, you kind of softlock the game.
Which we don't like here.
Also, Dotso, if you have a better explanation, please say it. I know that I might not get it completely accurate.
How much damage does a bomb do compared to a Master Sword jump slash? I believe this jump slash is twice as strong as a bomb. Although I could be wrong. As we are going into Gerudo Training Grounds, we'll find out, maybe get a bomb bag in here, depending on how deep we go on Felix's side. So, we're headed into Ganon's Castle. We've got 3 medallions. You only need 2 to open up this wonderful rainbow bridge. But it should be...
okay.
Should be quick.
Okay, thank you, Dotso. It's not that the second hitbox doesn't get cleaned up, it's just that there's 2 by design. It's just that the one that's flying doesn't quite get far enough below the ground to not be hit.
as we are going to the left side first in Ganon's castle. We can't do everything in castle, but we can do about half the checks here, with strength 3 blocking the rest of them. As this is a smooth little grab all the silver rupees room. We're gonna move over. There's some fire slugs. Take them out. Get them out of our way. We don't need them messing up our fun little tricks. As he's going to extend his bow through the bars here, and shoot that little switch on
Zoopal, you've got blooming bomb tubes.
Which, if you time it, I think you'd need bomb shoes. If you time your bomb shoe explosion, which there's golden gauntlets.
Okay.
Might as well finish the whole
You wanted
place.
to know what strength 3 was?
If you time
So,
both of those
Ganon's castle
switches at
unlocks
the same
Ganon's
time.
castle.
Yeah. If you hit both of those switches at the same time, you can overlap the cutscenes, so you only have one cutscene, or you can just put the bow through and smash the other one, whatever works for you. So we're seeing Light Trials and the Like room in Gerudo Train Grounds at both times. There's a lot of chests between the two runners right now, so we'll see if we find anything. Zoopal didn't get these checks here in Gerudo Training Grounds when he was here first. So if there's something important, he missed it.
It's gonna take a while.
Which we got one check
Hey, look,
left.
more shoes.
We found a lot of those bomb shoe packs over here. Nothing in the Strength 2 locked Gerudo Training Grounds room. We've got another bomb or another slingshot here.
Ooh, I'll take for Raws though.
Yeah, you're already here, and wouldn't
Because-
be, you clear it out, you drop it, you come back later.
Yeah, even just climb the tower as far as you can go, leave it up there,
Mm-hmm.
and use it to come back and hand in the boss key when he gets it.
We're getting a lot of those great convenience items. Double magic, double defense. We haven't found the Bigoron sword yet. I think that's our biggest one that's hiding away. Everything else we're gonna kind of need. So we are.
Okay, that's a great line. So I learned today that there's 2 red snakes and one of them is eternal.
Yeah.
Though they aren't because they share health, but still.
So, Zoopal's gonna shoot this torch with the fire arrows, make his way further through the shadow trial.
Hey look,
Whereas-
photobomb from the skull. Photobomb from the bubble on Felix's side.
Come on, Skull, you couldn't have cracked a smile there, just gonna be all angry in the background.
Well, yeah, of course they didn't crack a smile. They tried to make sure that the bubble wasn't in the shot. Would you be happy if Felix had tried to get you out of shot?
That's true. I'm sure they can work things out after the race. Felix and the Flaming Skull. You get more bomb shoot-
Dotso, you're not making this better.
We get some more rupees.
The whack-a-mole is the eternal one because it's the slave actor and also it doesn't have a butt. I didn't need to know that.
Well, that's that's more about that boss than I ever thought I'd know before I found out about Zooter. What? The more you know. We get the water trial checks. We get our last
Hey,
bottle.
look, you get a fish in a water trial. That's appropriate.
We are gonna grab some of that blue fire while we're here, so we can go unlock King Zora on the way if we need to go to ice. Frozen fish, he'll thaw it out later if need be, looking for a quick meal. As all that's left here is the forest trial and the last chest on the way up to the Ganon fight. Felix is just finishing out the maze here. To see, right here, we just get another key. It's going to let us going. Did we get a hint that King Zora is dead? I am unsure. I don't know if anybody else can clarify that one for me. I know Darunia's dead. There's Felix's first bomb bag in the training grounds.
And now they can go and get their Kikiri sword to get their second.
That's gonna hurt when he realizes, oh, if I had the bomb shoes, could have just got over there.
He might not realize, and in all fairness, with the race he's had, it's fine. Just getting a bomb bag is a win.
We are one key short to clear it out. He wasn't able to get the bow in groove. Was the bow locked, or was it behind that last?
10 skulls.
I know we found 2 bows, one on skulls, one on I don't remember. There was another one in Gerudo training grounds, right? Another bow.
Yes, there was one in Spirit. Yes.
Oh, okay, Spirit. That's it. Getting all of our desert locales mixed together.
The other one I believe is in the Turning Mirror Room in Spirit.
Okay. So he's gonna make his way through. We'll find some great items here. Finishing Ganon's castle, anything in our big fancy chest here? Nothing. Just some money. So where to next for Zoopal? We can't finish any other medallion dungeons yet. We could.
Yeah, this is the question.
We do have Minuet. You know, we could jump over to Forest.
That Minuet does make Forest more tempting, and also it's one of the very few places you can go right now. I'd be interested to see what was in the Toiletins GTG if we think that it's an item, but I think Forest is actually the next best bet here. It's not a good option, but it's the only option.
We do have our wonderful Yeet Rock here, blocking our Great Fairy. So he's gonna yeet that rock as there it goes. We shortened that cutscene a little bit.
See Ice Cavern. I would love to see Ice Cavern, but I doubt we're seeing Ice Cavern.
I wouldn't be surprised if we had something like Boomerang in the Ice Cavern, right?
We've got Blue Fire. We've got access to Ganon's castle, so we could go and get some Blue Fire in a bottle. In fact, we might have already picked some up.
Yep. I think he grabbed some Blue Fire in the castle. We got it ready to go, but I mean, we got 4 bottles.
We might be going Forest. It looks like this is an ice play because you wouldn't go to Goron City if you were just going to Forest. You'd play Minuet. So I reckon this is an ice.
Yep. We are going to swim through the little shortcut here and make our way over to the ice
Actually, a great point from our trackers. We still need Nocturne to do Shadow Temple. And Ice Cavern does have a song in.
Yep, we'll find out if our song is there. Our song could be on the 3 medallions check. As we're skipping playing Zelda's Lullaby, look at this little just going around the waterfall. You don't need to part the waterfall. You can just hover around it.
Can you imagine if we need to double jip Shadow?
Ooh, that would be a little mean. As we hear the wonderful sounds of Link just side jumping constantly, right? I feel like that's more exhausting. Like, I get he's trying to run fast, but if you yelled every time you jumped and you just kept jumping, that'd tire you out pretty quick. We all know yelling and running is one of the most exhausting things you can do. So, shout outs to Link. As it looks like Zoopal is King Zora's Valentine today. Just a little love.
Sorry, I was thinking a double water dip. So, like, go into water in order to get, like, the Mirror Shield to complete Spirit Temple to do Nocturne.
You know, you
There is
don't want to
some
see any double
stupid
dips,
stuff.
but anything's possible here. So Felix is finishing up this side as a kid, getting another bottle. Game's been handing us bottles left and right. Will we see a 5th bottle? No, of course we don't. There aren't 5 bottles. But you can dream, right?
Yep, you can dream. And I do like Ice Cavern. I like the music in here.
It's very like calming and just it's a very chill dungeon. That Ice Cavern.
A very chill dungeon.
Don't worry, I intend my puns. All right, I'm not gonna be weak and say no pun intended. But we're going through. Is it
Yeah, I gotta go for
that? I think you definitely want the skull check or the song check, as your opponent's song would also be great to have here. Just to finish up.
I'm still really tempted to pick up skulls on the way here. Not because I think that the long shot's going to be required, because it's getting to the point where it might be. Because we are running lower and lower on checks.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where I think I might just want to start picking up some skulls on the way.
Which our runners are banking on, you know, no Morpha. You know.
We are absolutely suspecting that long shot is only logically required for Spirit's key logic.
Mm-hmm. And also on the way to Gerudo Training Grounds if we still don't have opponents.
The bad case scenario is if the long shot is logically required for key logic, and if it is hard required because something's on Morpha. We don't want to use the long shot, but this is the point where I'd be starting getting paranoid and collecting skulls anyway.
So we, and whether it is logically required for the Spirit Temple or not, we're not going to need it, so our runners could put that, because the long shot is in logic for them to have right now, so they can just act like they're in logic. It's like, I don't need the long shot to do it, so I can just do this without it, and I still know I'm in logic.
It's our big Orons.
Yep, something on Morpho would probably be the meanest thing. Bigger on sword is our last useful little item to have, right?
Quality of life, yeah.
You know, we got double defense, double magic, bigger on sword. What more could you have? I guess you could ask for like a useful item, a progression item, but no, just useful little stuff, which, you know, you could potentially save a cycle on a boss. You could, you know, especially if you do have to go fight a bunch of Stealthos.
So there was a blue pea on child chickens, and adult Anju, I can't remember, but it wasn't useful. Arrows, okay.
As we are headed back to being a kid on Felix's side, probably going right over to that Daisy tree. As he does also get his bow. So our runners, which there is a little time shenanigans.
Anju's cow had 50.
Yep. There are a little time shenanigans, so our runners are not perfectly synced up right now, but they are following quite similar routes here, I would say. At least in the checks they've done up through this point. As Zoopal just jump slashes through that red ice there. Who needs to unlock it with fire if you just poke your sword through it there? And
Well, with this discussion in chat, I would point out, yeah, it might be Impa's cow, but Impa isn't really around very much, so I guess Anju's the one that probably looks after it.
But do we want Anju watching your cow? We've seen how Anju manages watching those chickens, right? I don't know how much I trust.
Well, she's allergic to the chicken. She's not allergic to the cow.
We don't know that. We haven't got a hint on Anju's allergies yet. You know, we could have cow allergies. So we are so yeah, is it Andrew's chickens or Impa's chickens, right?
It is definitely Angie's chickens because she talks about looking after them.
Okay. Because I mean that stable is attached to Impa's house, which is, I guess, maybe they share a place.
I think Andrew is found in there at night, but I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. The more the merrier. Sorry for calling you out there, Andrew. I should have respected your wonderful.
Okay, it's Kona's in Ice Cavern. Are we heading back to horseback archery? And interestingly, it means that Zoopal can pick up those checks that they left behind in Gerudo Training Grounds if they want.
Mm-hmm. Which Ice Cavern, other than Opponent's Song, gets us nothing. We can go get Big Pose in a bottle. We can do that. But if all of these opponent checks also turn out to be nothing, that's going to be a big time save for Felix if Felix doesn't go Ice Cavern.
Yep, absolutely. So, if you want Felix to have a better time, you hope that there is nothing on horseback archery, but eesh. How likely is that? Because it just means that everything's in Forest Temple.
Yep, Forest or the rare water temples got some, unhinted water temples got something for us.
Could be in water. That's the thing. And yes, it could also be on Pose, which is what we're doing now.
As you go around here, so you get the Poe to back into the castle. It's just a little routing time save here instead of the Poe going around, going out farther away from Hyrule Market.
As I said, I wish I'd known that when I was a kid.
Yeah. Also, our little change for randomizer here, you only got to get one big Poe. You don't have to go around and wrangle them all down.
So really wish I could have had that as a kid.
It's just some money. You want to check big Poes. There's been a surprising number of races where something vital have been on big Poes I've been seeing lately. Obviously, it's just anecdotal evidence. It's just as likely as any other check. But that's that's something. So our runners are a little desynced in time, but we're gonna follow Zoopal here, who is.
Like Zoopal's gonna clean up the entirety of Hyrule at this point. They'll get stuff on, so.
Which makes sense. I like this. If you can afford to put off Hyrule Field till you have Epona, it's just a big time save instead of like bouncing around, like just running backwards through the whole thing.
Yeah, but I also like nipping out of Lake Hylia to get stuff here. I like doing the southern route round.
That's true. I think maybe that Lake Hylia foolish hint may have kept Zoopal away from this chest, as there is our lovely Greg, the green rupee. And then, might as well, while you got Epona, you do these checks, head back over to Gerudo Training Grounds. You've got a strength upgrade this time. You got Iron Boots. You could full clear the fortress. Zoopal didn't get to do the chest on top of the fortress as well earlier. But now, with the hover boots, you can just hover right on over. So, we might see some checks. I know some of those checks are nothing. The strength checks in Gerudo Training Grounds, nothing. But Zoopal doesn't know that yet.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. If they're collecting skulls, they might be banking on that low percentage chance that I mentioned earlier. The hoping that long shot is hard required.
Which, if it happens to be both logically and illogically required, then we're going to be here for a while, folks.
Well, no, it would just be logically hard required rather than just logically required.
Okay, I gotcha. Instead of ill logic, we are gonna get that Tektite Grotto check that we were talking about for a while. Just wanted to murder the skull. Yeah, you know what? Skulltulas are creepy. Take them out if you can. That's what I say. Get a beautiful one cycle on Felixoide4 Goma, picking up the second medallion. Zoopal is headed into the Tektite Grotto. Hey! Hello there. That's a little Din's
Oh, okay, so it turns out Tektite Grotto was very important because that's Din's right there. That has been available for a while.
So we, in order to get into the Shadow Temple, we still need Nocturne, which we know now Nocturne is on the Burning Kakariko, which will require us to beat the Spirit Temple to get those 3 medallions, go to Kakariko, we'll get the song. So vanilla Nocturne of Shadows. But in order to do the Spirit Temple, we still need the Mirror Shield.
So if you want Zoopal to have an easier time of it, you're hoping that the Mirror Shield or the Boomerang is on horseback archery. If you want Felix to be able to get back in this, you want these checks to be nothing. Rolling Goron. So Hot Rodder Goron had the scale.
Also, I forgot about these little hammer rocks here. So we just need...
I felt like we had a hint for this.
I think we did. Yep, it is a blue rupee. But the game's been going. You might have hints. You might have written down like a hint you can't read, and you're just gonna check it. Might as well, if you don't trust your hints 100%. Deep fire.
Deep fire would be fun.
That'd be fun. We got that boss key real quick in fire. We didn't see a lot of that dungeon.
But no, it's awkward. Felix needs to make a gamble and have it pay off in order to get back in this, and we just don't know if it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Felix is teleporting back. When you play the Sun Song indoors, it just takes you back to your last entrance. Save some time instead of running around all the way out of the maze to get here. Get ready for a wonderful show on the horseback archery.
Yeah, pot strats.
Which, when you're first playing through the game, getting 1,500 points on here seems impossible. But we got one arrow. It's got to be 100. Can Zoopal get the bullseye he needs? Line it up and bullseye. No problem.
I wish I could shoot that well.
That well and that fast. It's quite the combo. As it's nothing.
That's nothing. So Ice Cavern was not needed.
Mm-hmm.
Is the rooftop chest anything, though?
I think we saw it on Felix's side, and it was nothing earlier. So...
okay. Fair enough.
Felix is heading over to the Fire Temple. We'll probably knock that out pretty quick. And then I imagine back to Ganon's Castle. It's the two GCs, right? Ganon's Castle, Goron City. We'll be off to the race.
This is interesting. I hadn't considered deep fire. I would probably go to forest before deep fire, but fire.
You do have on Zoopal's side, he does have our good windy spell to teleport around, which is tempting. You could go into, I know we placed it in Ganon's Castle, but you could run in forest. You could knock out that start of forest, teleport out, go somewhere else. Always teleport back to forest with Furrow's Wind if you need to.
Yep, we have seen Jabu. I think that they've both checked Jabu, and there's nothing in the rank.
Yep, they both ran in there, did the first check. Yep. So
Yep,
skipjack. This is all medallions.
Okay, this has partially been lasting so long because we've had some technical issues, but also this seed, it's been stingy.
Mm-hmm. That bottom of the well was pretty loaded earlier, but other than that, it's been a little mean. So we're likely dipping into some more.
Loaded.
That's true. Zora's River
was
and,
loaded.
listen, if it's connected to water in some way, so far it's been pretty good, right? We know, I mean, Hylia is foolish, but the river was good, the well was good. It's this is gonna come down to one of those needle in the haystack hunts, right? You've progressed your way through. It's been rather linear up till now. What do you do in Zoopal's side after all this? After you leave Gerudo Training Grounds?
But we have, some fun conversations on the way.
As he's going, is he going over to check out our little toilet?
Yep, this is checking toilet.
He's got both the keys. He knows there is an item in here. We're gonna go ahead and check that toilet. Don't have to worry about coming back here.
No one, I believe, has done Target in the Woods yet. No.
Nobody. Yep, nobody's done that one. As we have, at the very least, gone through all of our Way of the Heroes and found something there. So we are going where no hint has gone before. And that could be a big decider for this race, is when both of our runners hit this point where you have a lot of options open to you. You got some stone dungeons, you go back into fire. Where do you go? And do you get the items you need there? The boomerang and mirror shield both love to be items that are locked away in random places because they lock away because so little is behind them. The boomerang locks 3 checks behind it, and the mirror shield just a couple as well, just like 3 as well? Question mark?
Yep. Also, if you want to play OOTR, regardless of your skill level, Discord where you can just go and say, hey, anyone fancy a race? And you can choose the settings as appropriate to the skill levels.
Mm-hmm.
And as I can see people are mentioning, we do have weekly races. One is actually going right now, or possibly is finished right now. There is one for the North American time zone, and there's one for the European Union time zone. So, yep, if you want to have a go, check out our Discord, have fun.
Mm-hmm. There's pretty much
yes,
always
you can definitely play without racing too.
Oh yeah, like I think a lot of what we see, especially for what's broadcast, these are all races. If you just like Ocarina of Time, you want to play the game. I think one of the fun things when you're playing casually is you can just, like, oh, there's all these little tips and tricks, and you might not know them, but you're doing another scene. You're like, you know what? I want to learn how to do this trick. So you can look up a tutorial. There's plenty of them out there for you, and sort of incorporate all of these little tips and tricks over time through your play.
I think we might be seeing Deep Fire from Zoopal.
Yeah. Which
is interesting. Like, making a choice of forest versus fire could be a big decision.
Mm-hmm. Forest is your forest has some checks early, but you are kind of likely to get a lot of keys early in forest. But we'll see. Because the other question is, if you go into forest, how long do you go for it? Are you going to go there and full clear it? Or are you going to go there just for the start? But get ready for our favorite double fire snake, but one of them doesn't have a butt. Just remember that. Twin Vajia fight here. Which, if you heard our explanation earlier with the bombs, you can do it with bomb shoes as well. It's a little quicker with the bomb shoes.
Dotso has regrets.
I think this is one of the cooler boss fights.
I've started worse memes, and I'm glad they have been forgotten.
I will never forget about our double buttless fight. Well, not double buttless. Well, I mean one of them's buttless. I think this is one of the cooler boss fights. It's it's cool. You get to fight like a dragony flame serpent. Who doesn't like that? Whereas some of them, like, I don't know, King Dodongo, I'm gonna say is kind of lame. He's kind of on the lamer side.
No. I am fine with King Dodongo. I like King Dodongo. Morpher, however, and Phantom Ganon. Oh, I hate Phantom Ganon. I hate Phantom Ganon so much. If you've ever heard me debate or race, you'll know I hate Phantom Ganon.
I have died on Phantom Ganon more than I'd like to admit.
I have died so many times on Phantom Ganon, it's not even funny.
Because he's early on too. It's like this. He's by far the hardest boss when you're just playing this game for the first time. It's a mess. Favorite though, what is your favorite boss in this game? Because I would say Bongo Bongo for me. But what do you think?
I actually quite like King Dodongo. Baronade's fun. You can mess it up so easily, but I quite like Baronade.
Baronade is like, I feel like Baronade's got the most steps to it than any other boss, right? You boomerang the stuff at the start, then you gotta, you got all the jellies swinging around the first time and the second time, and it's a dynamic fight, whereas the others are kind of like, all right, you do this, you beat the boss.
That is a good question. How are the rocks moving? We don't know. Come up with a fun theory. I don't think Goron's hidden in the rocks. Maybe there's some variety of small roly thing, or flare dancers, or torch slugs. They move a bit too quickly to be torch slugs.
Feel free, get your best theories in chat. The best ones we'll submit to Nintendo, and we'll demand one of them is taken as canon, because this needs to be solved. Felix is making his way through Dodongo's cavern, which I don't believe we found anything in earlier, but it's a lot of quick checks. It makes sense to go here. It's a place you've had access to potentially for a while as well.
Yeah, we have been able to get here for a very long time. We've been able to get to Forest for a very long time too.
Mm-hmm.
Like super long.
It's been a while, but then especially Minuet is on the Forest Medallion, which hey, that adds up, right? We will makes it even more tempting to just teleport over there. Each boulder is actually 2 boulders. Well, one rolls and one is stationary, although the stationary one doesn't have a butt. That.
Okay, I'm not even thinking about that one.
As I love the higher
casually disregarding gravity.
I love the hovering little sluggy boy there. Because you're growing through with your hover boots the whole time, and he wants to join in hovering too.
Just casually disregard gravity.
It's really an option, especially if you've seen the 100% run of Ocarina of Time. Gravity is optional for that one. So Felix is going to get a little jump stored off of that bomb and just hop on up here. Great little trick to save some time.
Okay, Pierre.
It's Pierre o'clock. There's a couple gold Skulltulas this way too, which
Vanilla Rang chest has been checked. Vanilla Mirror Shield chest has been checked. It's neither, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Nocturne of Shadow is on our 3 medallions power BFG. It is.
So yeah, Nocturne is vanilla.
There's our Lens of Truth. That was in here.
Sorry, what was that?
Lens of Truth in Dodongo's cavern, which
Yes, we did know that. I was briefly trying to work out what they meant about Racing Crossing, but you need Requiem for other things.
Mm-hmm. Shadow 2 has been checked, and Wasteland. Yep.
I can't remember if Wasteland's been checked, but if it has, it was nothing. Hey, freaking Pierre.
Mirror Shield on Pierre. The Fire Temple was the right choice for Zoopal to go back, and he's going to make his way over to Spirit, be able to finish off Spirit Temple, get Nocturne of Shadow, and go finish the Shadow Temple as well right after that. That is a big pickup.
And then we find that Boomerang's on Hammer Chest.
We just we're on our way over right now. So maybe if we get Boomerang in like in the Shadow Temple, which you know Shadow Temple's got a lot of checks, this will have been a pretty straightforward seed as well. Long shots required for logic, but isn't as long as Morph is not something, which is a pretty safe bet for Morph not to be hanging on to anything.
I mean, if Rang is on Morpher, we are going to be here a while.
Yeah, because we've been skipping all those little skulls. Which I think Skulltulas are kind of creepy, I'm not gonna lie. I say kill them as long as you're on the way.
Yeah, this is why, as I said, if I'd gone to Ice Cavern, I would have been starting to collect skulls then, just so I never have to go back there.
But, you know, our runners, you got to make certain concessions and gambles as you're racing, right? You're essentially saying, if there happens, our one check is on Morpha, I just lose. Also, if your opponent makes the same call, you don't just lose, right? You just get to keep going. Which is another little meta game is saying, well, I think my opponent's doing this, so I'm going to do that. So it's like, I think I'm going to skip the Skulltulas to save myself some time. I wouldn't be surprised if my opponent makes the same call, in which case it's just an even exchange.
Yeah, basically. Have we seen Adult Shooting Gallery? We must have done. Kakariko was Way of the Hero.
It was Way of the Hero, but I think that's our... Yeah, we have seen it. All right. As I believe, we just saw it on... as Felix gets a good old
we just
bottle.
Did.
He's going to go get another bow here.
Oh, they are going to kick themselves having gone so deep for a bow and finding one on 10 blown skulls.
Does he go back to Gerudo Training Grounds at any point? Obviously, I think if he gets a bonus song, definitely. But if he skips ice, he might not have to. As we are just looking for the Boomerang on Zoopal's side. So nice little time save there too. If you start pushing something and get hit, it'll keep pushing it to the next stop point. But you're free to go back.
Tons of little execution time saves around.
So Felix is going at least to pick up the light arrows that were right here. We were scumming some bomb shoes, holding, trying to get the most out of them. We found it here, but had to cancel it. So he's just gonna grab them now. As we are into the Sacred Forest Meadow. Ooh, which also he doesn't know the song check. He doesn't know if he went back to Temple of Time, he'd get Minuet.
So the interesting thing here, if you want this to end mercifully and quickly, you want the Rang on Twin Rover, or something like that, or On the Way in Shadow. But the question is, chat, do you want mercy?
Are we feeling nice, or are we feeling a little mean? Or see what is the which Troll Rova, Twin Rova.
We could have a bet for Boomerang if it's not on Twin Rover.
which I think we all want Boomerang on Morpha, right? That'd just be a wonderful, wonderful little...
I mean, I'd like to have dinner at some point.
That's true. It's about lunchtime over here for me, so... Yeah. Always bet on Darklink, though. That's the safe. Darklink's always got something. We got a strict stick upgrade. The Forest Temple, you know? A little late for that, but...
So, for those of you who do not know, the way that bets work is if you bet the specific check, you will win over a less specific guess. Depending on whoever's deciding, they might say there's a specific check right next to it also wins. And there are separate ones for subs and non-subs. Okay, has anyone bet Morpha?
That's we do have a Morpha bet in there. As Felix is picking up some more Skulltulas again. So Felix hasn't been to Ganon's Castle yet and hasn't picked up Ferrer's Wind. But what are we gonna see on our little Twin Rova fight?
I mean, something I would note is that Forest Temple is being gone through now. There could be a Rangan Forest Temple. It could have just been sitting here the entire time.
We could run into a situation where both runners need an item the other one's got. Felix does still have to get Din's Fire from the Tektite Grotto and Mirror Shield on Pierre in the forest or in the Fire Temple.
I mean, they need to set up the Scarecrow song first.
Right. That's already a mean spot for something to be. But we are building up to that long shot on 30 Skulls for Felix.
Boomerang, for reference, the boomerang cannot be in a foolish area, which is Lake Hylia or Zora's Fountain.
And if it is, something's messed up, right? Like there's a glitch in the Matrix if that happens.
Or we we can't have misread Zora's Fountain as Zora's Domain because we found a scale in Zora's Domain.
Right.
So no, it can't be Domain. It has to be Fountain. That's foolish.
That boulder being a little mean to Zoopal there. Now that boulder doesn't have to have a Goron inside of it to move, like the ones in Forest Temple, so it is going downhill. Zoopal save scummed a slingshot earlier, I believe.
It could be on target in the woods.
It
No
could
one's
be.
checked target in the woods, I think.
Target in the woods. It's one of our last out of dungeon checks so far. I think after there's a good chance it's here in Shadow, but let's see. Pretty sure it's in Forest. Listen, Dotso, fried Dotso brain is still better logically than like 3 of my brains all linked up. So we're getting through Shadow. If you wanted to see Shadow without a lens of truth, here we go. They didn't check the sling game in Lost Woods, but I think Zoopal is just going to go from densest location to just play the density game. Probably won't go back to being a kid for a while.
Well, I reckon progression game. Like they're doing Shadow and then probably look at Forest, I guess.
That's what I would guess, especially with Minuet. At the very least, start off, you could see finish GTG. I guess you could see a water play eventually.
I mean, Zoopal already finished Gerudo Training Grounds.
Mm-hmm. So he's definitely not going back, unless, the music over there is really, who doesn't like the Gerudo theme? Let's be real. Mirror Shield was in.
Mirror Shield was on the air in fire. It could be deeper fire.
Yeah, that. Now that would be funny. We'll just 'cause I don't think you go back there for a while, right?
Nope.
It's even farther in fire. There's I feel like there's a lot of times we make all these little predictions. Where could it be? Let's go through the list, and then like it's just on the way in Shadow Temple, right? So, I think we have our seed will be
I
friendly.
just bet generic Shadow Temple, but I may not have been the first to bet generic Shadow Temple.
Yeah, you got fire, you got deep fire, you got deeper fire, deepest fire. As, Zoopal's showing you don't need to pull out the Lens of Truth for this. You could just, run away with those hover boots. As it can be a little terrifying going through this dungeon without a Lens of Truth, I mean, he's got one, but he doesn't need it.
Nope. You are not going to see people using a Lens of Truth in here, apart from maybe on moving platform.
Mm-hmm. That's the real terrifying spot, which if you're consistent, you know the cycle, you know the movement, you can get through it. But we are clearing out every check. I don't know about you, but all these chests that have to have their special little like swirl of magic around them, like ooh, look at chest, like every chest in forest temples like that. I much prefer the chests that just fall from the ceiling. It's a lot quicker. It gets over. It's a little more questionable about why a chest just falls out of the ceiling, but.
And also, you wouldn't want something delicate in there, like a bottle.
Right. That's true. I haven't thought of shallow fire before instead of like early fire, but shallow. I'm using that one. So we're just grabbing keys in the Shadow Temple. On a scale from 1 to 10, where would you rate the spooky level of the Shadow Temple? Like, you're playing through this game first time. How spooked out are you going through this game?
Honestly, I was pretty chill when it came to the Shadow Temple because Bottom of the Well completely fried my brain with milk. Like, anything was better after the bloody Bottom of the Well. Anything was better.
That's true. That one was a doozy. Because you get you go through it, you're just getting hit, you're falling down through like fake holes in the ground, well, real holes, but you don't think there are holes there. It's a mess.
No, it was the redeads. Ooh, it was the redeads. Yeah. I hate redeads. There are less redeads in Shadow Temple.
Yeah, especially when like the screen freeze, the shriek. I just like I'd close my eyes and mash the buttons when I was a kid playing them.
Oh, I didn't close my eyes, but I did mash the button and swear a lot.
It's a bit of a
Adult Castle Town was horrifying as a kid. 100% agreed. Mm-hmm. I just hate redeads. I hate redeads.
So we're opening up here. Still nothing in the Forest Temple. Zoopal's just making his way through the dungeons he's got to do, getting the boss key.
Also, fun fact, it turns out that if you're dreaming, then fighting Goma in first person with like proper, like realistic leveled graphics in your dream is fucking terrifying.
That does not sound pleasant at all.
My dreams are weird, yo.
Yeah, I'll stay away from those dreams.
Yes, ice has been done. Zoopal went there and found Epona's song, and Epona's song gave nothing.
Mm-hmm. Did get the handy Bigoron sword, a good consolation for not finding anything. But other than that,
Zora's Fountain is foolish.
So who needs to pull out that rock?
Bow in Shadow.
We got all our bows. That bow, I'm just gonna say it's bow. It's not actually bow lock, but well, no, I don't think it is. We don't need to worry about it. Hey, Hell Knight. Felix is making his way through this race. Again, for anybody tuning in now, the race is not lined up perfectly. So our runners are a little desynced in time, but we can figure it out after the fact. We still get some.
It's complicated. We'll figure it out after the race is done.
In the meantime, just enjoy the smooth running of our great runners here, Zoopal and Felix.
It could be more like 46. We're not entirely sure.
But our, go give them a follow when you can. They're doing a fantastic job. Also, feel free to, I just want to shout out our trackers again, who, especially with all the saves coming and everything, have done a fantastic job, which is Tomaltalk13 and Ksinja. Thank you, Siberian, for getting for doing the restream and handling a lot of the little tech difficulties that have come up, and to my wonderful co-commentator, Estantia, my bad. Pronunciation is hard work. So, we can...
Yeah, the pronunciation was fine. It's just that this race has been going long enough. I went and got an apple, so I'm very carefully making sure that nobody hears crunching and chewing sounds.
Oh, that mute function, which I'm sure everybody's gotten a lot more familiar with muting and unmuting through this pandemic, right? Like we've all been in that meeting, we've all been in that Zoom call where somebody just crunching, we're like, hey, excuse me, can you please mute? And it's a mess. Dinsfire was in the
Tech Grotto.
So it looks like we're going to be clearing through the Forest Temple here. Fun fact, with these little poes that go invisible, throw a Deku Nut, they show back up.
Boomer for go mode, not boomer for no mode.
Yep. Felix does not know about the Tech Grotto. No, we haven't checked it yet. That one could be a minute. If he goes Ice Cavern and gets Epona, that prioritizes making your way through Hyrule Field and going through and doing horseback or archery. I wouldn't be surprised if we get in one of those situations where you're looking for one more item, where you're looking for the item the other runner has, other runner wants, is in the same situation where we know everything, but our runners are just like, they don't have a clue. Felix, we might see an ice play yet soon, because we know he's going to get Minuet of Forest from the Forest Medallion, and then have a 50-50 on Nocturne of Shadow being in the Ice Caverns.
Also, I should have we've currently got a bet going for Boomerang, and I should have really bet Forest Temple Basement, because whenever I run a seed and Forest is Way of the Hero, or there's a Way of the Hero item in Forest, it's always in the goddamn basement.
They make you work for that boomerang, or make you work for that last item, right? They're like, all right, you made it all the way. Then you're like, I might as well fight Phantom Ganon too, even if it's a stone, right? You're right there. So we'll see. This is one of the interesting. I hate this room personally, right? It's not really a puzzle. You just push it the same way every time. Unlock the next thing.
It's a puzzle the first time.
Yeah.
So basically, my interest in randomizers meant that I got my boyfriends to try vanilla, and every single one of them got completely stumped by this room. Admittedly, I got stumped by this room as a kid.
It's a bit of a weird one, and then you're like, oh, you literally just push it the same way and keep going. Okay, but if you do get offbeat with it, yeah, who knows what you're supposed to do. I think I didn't even know my first time playing I could push those things until I just happened to run up to them, right? There's nothing like that in the whole rest of the game. Who knows if Navi tells you? I don't talk to Navi. as we are on to Phantom Ganon. We got a Master Sword Phantom Ganon fight, which
and
is
Deep Shadow. So,
deep.
one way or another, if the density checks are the correct play rather than randomly on the target in the woods or something, then we should be finding our boomerang soon. Theoretically, hopefully, maybe.
Mm-hmm. If it's not in either of these, we could be looking at Water Temple. We could be looking
Deeper
at
fire.
the deepest of fires.
Or it could be on Bloody Morpher.
Could be on Morpho.
For reference,
Could be
long
on the
shots on
shot.
30 skulls.
Yep, hookshot on 30. It could be on the target in the woods, which is that the only thing we have left to do as a kid, I think? Is that one little target? So that's going to be out of the way. As we see Felix with a great Master Sword 2-cycle fight on Phantom Ganon. Just 2 tennis balls got out there.
Yes, watch that Phantom Ganon die again and be banished back to the void where they belong.
If you get him to throw his little tennis ball at you while you're close to him, he won't be able to ricochet it back to you in time, but if he gets far away...
Oh my god.
Ooh, there's the boomerang. In Phantom Ganon. So, that turns out this whole forest play was required by Felix. We'll see when Zoopal makes his way over here. Is he going to go to forest right after this? We'll see. Turns out skipping on the hook shot is the right call. Felix still needs 2 items, though. He doesn't know where Din's or the Mirror Shield are. Din's is in the Tektite Grotto in Hyrule Field, and the Mirror Shield is on Pierre in the Fire Temple. So that Fire Temple play, that's one he could sleep on for a minute. So Felix does have a chance here. Although if Zoopal, who, I feel like Zoopal has been playing density this whole time, Zoopal could go ahead and grab the head over to Forest Temple soon. Or, sometimes you start overthinking it. Sometimes you're like, oh, I got Furrow's Wind. I'm gonna go here. Like, I'm gonna go start forest, leave it down, go over to this other dungeon. When it turns out you just gotta stick somewhere that can throw you off. Also, Felix, I don't believe Felix hasn't been in Ganon's castle yet. That's where Strength 3 is. But has no progression we need for the seed.
Also, I blinked and Bongo Bongo died.
Yeah, that was that was a quick one from Zoopal. I think Bongo Bongo throws down some of the best beats in the game. I think if you're putting together a band, Bongo Bongo would be my first pick.
That was fast. He didn't suffer.
That's true. Like, he's just
I think the race hinges on what Zoopal does next, because if they go to Forest...
Which, there it is.
Then this is probably a thing.
So Zoopal making his way over to Forest. Does he full clear it? Does he just start it off? I think he probably goes the whole way here. So,
well, there's nothing really in Forest that would take them away to somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get all the way to going round the ring and getting to the basement, you're going to do basement and thing.
Right. I think if you're here, you might as well finish it off.
Yep. So yeah, Felix was standing still, basically doing nothing for 30, 40 minutes.
It's been an interesting race for sure. So we know there's no items we're gonna find in Jabu Jabu. Jabu Jabu being the grossest dungeon of them all. But it's alright.
You have to give them credit. they didn't have good graphics to play with at the time, and they still managed to make a dungeon look this realistically gross.
Yeah.
They did amazingly. They absolutely nailed the ambience.
What got me was the sounds you make when you're running around in here. The little like stuff is just kind of like I don't know. So popping the bubbles with the nuts. Zoopal is going to be able to save some time in Jabu by being able to go mode it when he eventually comes here with the boomerang. Skipping a couple rooms as he's going through the forest. Our runners were nice enough to go to forest at different times, so we're not looking at double forest temple. But we know he's got to go the whole way through. Phantom Ganon, we could keep talking about, is a difficult fight. I'd be scared of it. Sure, I got 15 heart containers and double defense, but you never know.
Yeah, this seed, once you stop saves coming, is quite kind about heart containers.
Yeah, it was, we were running on low health for a bit at the start, but our runners, turning out fine. We'll see, we're just running on through, finishing, hitting out all of these, whatever those things coming down from the ceiling are. Also, what is the lore with Jabu? Why is Jabu all that important? Is Jabu like King Zora's dad? What are all the
No, Jabu is the god of the Zora.
Oh, okay. He's just chilling there as a god. That's cool.
Yeah, he is the water god, and he basically keeps the water pure and running, I think. So when Ganondorf kills him, everything freezes over, or he freezes over the thing to kill him. One of the two.
Oh. Well, that's not very nice. That Ganondorf, I don't know a lot about him, but he sounds like a bad man. Zoopal leaves the forest temple and is going to the water temple. This is what I was right. You can hit a bunch of quick checks in forest and then get out.
He left Forest Temple.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna have to go all the way. Now I didn't check. Did he leave? Did he leave Ferrar's Wind before leaving? But this will be a big play. This can be I think this is also a density play. You hit out enough of the checks that you just say, well, it's going to be denser if I now just go to water. But this is a big play that'll give Felix a chance. Felix does have to go back to the fire temple without Bolero, like dissuades you a little bit. He's gonna have to find Dins, but I think Felix is gonna go to ice soon. So we will see what's going on next. As you know, so I always thought those Octoroks shoot. Doesn't it look like they shoot popcorn at you? Right, those little balls. Always wonder why Link can't just, eat up some of the popcorn as it's coming in.
Do you want me to make you feel a little silly?
Oh, I'd love to feel a little silly.
They're literally called Octo-Rocks. Because they shoot rocks.
Kid me likes to think it's popcorn. And
I mean, I can see why Kid you would prefer to think about popcorn and rocks, I'll be honest.
It's pretty big popcorn. It hurts when it collides into you, right? Does ZFG call it popcorn too? Perfect. I'm happy I have a popcorn companion then. Octopops? Well, now I'm just going to call them Octopops. Thanks for the idea there, T. Grenadier.
But do they have children? I don't think so. So they can't be an Octopop.
Important distinction. We'll have to see. Maybe we can get some Octopops in to interview. This is another, again, we're going to be emailing Nintendo all of our important lore questions, like why do the rocks in the Fire Temple maze move around? Do they have rolling Gorons? Are there, in fact, two rolling Gorons, one of them stationary, the other one moving, and one of them not having a butt? All important questions that I think we're all entitled to.
And you know what the worst thing is? This is not the stream where the commentators have lost the most sanity. This is still the commentators have sanity during this. I have seen worse seeds where we have lost our sanity more and had weirder conversations. I'm not even joking.
I've been, I think we had one where we had double forest and we were planning out an Uno anime, an anime based on the card game Uno. And turned out, you know, we got some good ideas going.
Doesn't that one already exist?
If it is, then somebody's got to forward it to me.
No, Wizard. We made a mistake when we started that meme. Don't bring it back. No, stop.
It's not to like. Oh, chat, I don't know how we could do it without you. But this is...
Look, blame 40 cakes. Just blame 40 cakes.
Blame 40 cakes? All right. Well, we could do it without you, 40 cakes, but everybody else, you're great. The Zoopal is safe scumming those keys. You spend 2 keys to go through to check that chest. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but 2 keys are better than 1 key. So he's going to go ahead and switch that up. Felix is going child here. Checking these. We'll see what is his next plan. Okay, just doing some bomb chew bowling checks. We're going to go back to being adult.
Did they just walk to the Temple of Time from the market?
I think that saves a few frames there. You also, you know, save... You know, Link's been running a lot. He's been running for about 3.5 hours, so take a little break. As I'd be interested to see this play to see if Zoopal starts picking up Skulltulas again. That's the point, right?
I just can't work out why they bailed on Forest.
I guess, you know, you've done some checks. You're like, maybe we can always come back, right? I guess the big question for me is, when does Zoopal go back to Forest, right? Felix,
Yeah,
yep.
that's the question that decides the race.
Mm-hmm. Felix, are we, yep, headed over to Ganon's castle. Felix is going to pick up Strength 3 and Furrow's Wind in there. Could be a metagame play as well. We do see runners sometimes it pays off playing the metagame, like, all right, if an item was here, the other runner probably already picked it up, so I'm going to skip that location and play to something I don't think they've gone. Sometimes that can help. Sometimes that can come back to bite you. Yep, Painted Nettle. Dins was in the Tektite Grotto.
Yeah, this is a bit awkward. I mean, the next question, of course, is when does Felix go back to fire?
Right. Both kind of obscure locations. Phantom Ganon and Fire Pierre are not friendly locations. We're gonna see a couple more checks in the Water Temple here. But the biggest thing, and it'd be quite a play is for Felix to skip on ice.
Yep, that would save Felix a fair bit of time.
But I think all of the plays our runners have made sense. I don't think I can fault them. Zoopal bailing out of Forest early is tempting, right? You don't want to go through the rest of that dungeon.
Yeah, but if you haven't been complaining about them because they've been voiding out.
Yeah, it's this is the Six Flags you don't want to go to here. This is the amusement park you want to stay away from. If it's got a lazy river like this, I don't know how I feel about So we are going through hover booting across. Again, hover boots make a lot of little things in the water temple just more convenient.
Wait,
As Zoopal's going back. Forest.
did Felix just... Okay, yeah, okay, I see why you did this, but that's an odd routing. I can see why, but that's odd. Ah, Zoopal's going back. Oh, thank God they're not collecting skulls.
Zoopal just said, you know what? Nobody has seen the water temple yet, so I just want to show everybody how the water temple works, right? Just give us a little walkthrough how to route it. And then we're gonna head back and finish Phantom Cannon. You know, I'm not a big fan of music in Forest Temple, so I could see being like, all right, I'm gonna take a little break from the music in Forest. It's a little repetitive.
Roadcopter, Boomerang is on Phantom Ganon, and Dins is on Tektite Grotto. This is a technical issues have delayed everything, Seed.
Yeah. For the most part, we can...
It's good to know that no matter which race I commentated, whether it was the EU Weekly or this, that there was going to be suffering either way. I wouldn't expect anything else from this time slot.
This is,
Wait, oh, you know, I did have a slight hope for this one being shorter. I really shouldn't have hoped for that, should I?
I mean, it's, barring technical issues, I think both of our runners have showed a great performance here. I think both of them.
Yeah, like there has been
routing.
so much skill here. It's just...
Both doing amazing, both Felix and Zoopal. I know we've all gotten a little bit of a treat here today. I also love that icicle that falls on you there while you're opening the chest. You ignore it because you're in the little cutscene, but don't worry about that. Most
Felix
importantly,
literally played 45 minutes less, yes.
Oh, we got 2 bottles with bugs in it.
Yeah, the timings vary between like 30 and 40 and 45, yeah. It's a bit weird.
It's, timing is a little bit off.
It was a long time. It was a long time.
We'll figure it out later. So, Felix has 1 chest left to go here in Ganon's Castle before we see her. So all y'all need to know at home is, as far as we know right now, both runners are in this. We're just kind of watching it play out on both sides. We were not going to be able to call a winner right when Zoopal takes out almost said Phantom again. But once he takes out the big pig, but we can enjoy the rest of this overall interesting seed, I'd say. A lot of just items consolidated in one spot with 2 needed items in kind of rude locations. Gerudo Training Grounds turning out to have just our vanilla bomb, which
you could have avoided.
Could have avoided. We had the wallet upgrade early. We were doing pretty well on bomb chews.
Ironically, it could have been skipped if you save scummed even more than we saw save scumming of chews already.
Yeah, we had already saved scum a lot of shoes by the time we found the bomb bag, and then even gotten like I think Felix was up to 35 bomb chews.
No, it was only 25.
25? Okay, before getting those bomb shoes. Now he's at 44. Whew. But, we will,
I mean, also Minuet was in Forest from completing Fire Temple.
Mm-hmm. So, yep. So Felix hasn't picked up that song, which we might just... I'm not sure. So he's saved quitting out here, or warping out. And where to next for Felix? He's staying nearby. He's not warping anywhere. Is he gonna go back be a kid? Is he gonna go do Hyrule Field right now? Which would get him that Din's Fire.
Who knows?
Who knows?
So the thing is, it seems unlikely he'll decide to clear Hyrule Field because he doesn't have opponents. He has to run.
Mm-hmm. And ice is more and more tempting with. You'll get another song.
But if he goes to ice, it's over.
Because he doesn't know yet if he has to do ice or not yet. Also, welcome to our raiding party from Zelda Speedruns 2. I hope you enjoyed the race over here.
Oh, hey guys, it turns out I didn't commentate the weekly today, and instead you came to us.
Yeah, we didn't have to come to you, you came to us.
I thought that this one was going to be shorter, but oh no, I should not have underestimated Season 4.
Season 4 has been a doozy. Sometimes we get some friendly seeds, sometimes they just don't want to cooperate.
Has Season 4 had any nice seeds? No, Ice Cavern had nothing. Mirror is on Pierre in Fire Temple. Dims is in the Tektite Grotto in Hyrule Field.
Which, this call to go to ice for Felix, because he still needs Nocturne.
That is probably the nail in the coffin for Felix, unfortunately.
He knows that he doesn't know that Nocturne is in fact on 3 medallions. So it makes sense. It's like I might have to go to Ice Caverns anyway. Go over there. But
I mean, it's not a bad play. It's a really good play. It's just the wrong play.
It's just one of those where, because at some degree with this is you just got to play it. You got to play probability. You got to play item density, unless you're feeling like you're just gonna go a little wild.
Actually, I guess it does depend. It depends on how quickly Zoopal finishes as opposed to how quickly Felix finishes.
Mm-hmm. Our runners are not perfectly in sync time-wise. There have been some pausing. There's been
anywhere between like 20 and 40 minutes out from each other.
Mm-hmm. So, there was a Way of the Hero Kakariko that could have led you to thinking it's that. But also, yeah, Felix is looking for that mirror shield that is on Pierre in the Fire Temple, which we got out of the Fire Temple pretty quick. We got the boss key within the first 4 checks.
Wait, you mean you can finish Fire Temple quickly? Trap!
Yeah, because if it is, something's a little fishy there. Boomerang is on Phantom Ganon.
Boomerang is on my favorite boss. Twitch, twitch, twitch.
So if you didn't enjoy it, if you didn't get enough of Phantom Ganon the first time, we'll get to see him again shortly. As we're making our way through ice.
The results of the bet, yes, but the bet got won by 2 different people. The bet got resolved fairly quickly. It was almost immediately after. There is unfortunately no prize for winning apart from kudos, smugness, and some people, if they are feeling generous, occasionally gift people subs for winning.
Feel free to brag in chat also if you got it right
It's
now.
mostly bragging in chat. It's bragging rights.
You can flaunt over all of us commoners who got it wrong.
Yep, there we go. Rixis and Painted Nestle.
Mm-hmm. You are.
And Painted Nestle won the subs, and Rixis won the non-subbed.
So Zoopal going with the bow on these little you can do the bow, you can do the hook shot. The time save, if one is fast and the other, is kind of negligible. As thank you, Losander, aka Hubris, for donating a sub to the channel. As we're just kind of making our way through the Poe fight on Zoopal's side. Moments away from go. Well, I guess we got more than a moment. We might have a couple minutes till go mode. And he's already started Jabu Jabu. Princess Rudo has already been moved up from deeper in the belly to, I don't know, whatever body parts these are all supposed to be. You know, she's the princess of the Zoras, so it's I'll take it.
Yep. Like, sure.
Oh, T Grenadier, did you call it as well? Well, congrats.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the first person that responds that gets. I did mention that at the time. But on the other hand, kudos for getting it right.
Yeah, you get minor bragging rights, T Grenadier. You're still right, but you can still brag a little bit.
Yeah, like bragging rights are all this is. So you got it right, you get bragging points.
You know, you could all if you didn't call it, but you still want to brag. I mean, I can't stop you. Actually, I don't have any power to. The Zooter police won't come after you. We're on the honor system on this one, y'all. As here we go to Phantom Ganon. We're gonna shoot some paintings and we're gonna play a little tennis.
Yeah, they're all the same. It's not really art property damage if they're all identical, right?
And we don't want to shoot the actual point. We're shooting them as he's coming out of the paintings, right? That's a good point. Like, how much are these paintings worth if they are all the same, identical?
Well, it's probably because the entire room might be the art installation, at which point it's trying to give you a certain feeling, a certain ambience. Wait, hang on, I just described game design.
That's a good point. Is the whole thing one piece of art? Or are we looking at, you know...
Okay, so in game design sense, you tend to get certain set pieces, like boss fights are absolutely a set piece. So it's probably easier to consider there is an overall project, but with, think of it as more like an exhibition with set pieces within it.
Gotcha. So, oh, Zoopal sees the boomerang. You know, he Z-focused, pause a second. It's like, wait a second. That's my go mode. So he is going to make it back to being a kid. Gonna go through Jabu. We're gonna go back to the castle. We are on the path to finishing this race out. Everybody.
Go, 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 go!
You know, we got to commentate on our fears of it being on Morpha for forever. The seed was not too mean in that regard. I think overall the seed wasn't too rude.
Like this seed was very linear.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from at the end, where it was two separate needles in two entirely separate haystacks.
I think Gerudo Training Grounds and Gerudo Fortress being kind of a lot of nothing. There was a bow and a bomb and bomb bag and Gerudo Training Grounds, which the bomb bag is for logical reasons, but
no, I'd argue that like Gerudo Training Grounds was useful. It got you a bomb bag and it got you a bow. It might not be your first bomb bag. It might not be your first bow. It was intended to be your first bomb bag, but not your first bow. I wouldn't say it was pointless. It might have been completely avoidable, and it might not have been worth as much time as we spent in it, but it certainly wasn't pointless.
Correct. As our runners were, it looks like Felix is going to be headed over there. Finish it off, probably get a big Poe here. Maybe go do the tech crawling.
Fire too.
Mm-hmm. There's that spooky Poe appearing, shooting it out. Zoopal's rolling up.
Felix is going to hit go mode when they get their mirror shield in Fire Temple.
Yep. Dins is in deep in the fire.
Dins is here. Mirror shield is in fire.
Yep. Mirrors and fire. It's all the items are becoming one. Can we just merge some items together here? You're like, hey, you buy one item, get one free.
I mean, as I've said, I've been in streams where the commentators have lost their mind more.
You know, as Felix's hunt for the mirror shield is soon to begin. Assuming, yeah, I mean, you hit up that grotto on your way over every time. As he's equipping the hammer, getting ready to do the grotto, and then also the hammer rocks on the way.
No, Megaton Fire is just a nuke.
Din's hammer, yeah.
He gets to go mode Shadow, isn't that great? No, he does not get to go mode Shadow. Because he is going to be able to go into Shadow long before he gets his Mirror Shield, so he doesn't even get to go mode Shadow.
Mm-hmm. And I believe they had to go all the way through Shadow anyway for a key. You might be able to skip one check.
I can't remember. I can't remember where that last key was.
Hook boot. I do like hook boots. It's like a hook shot, but you shoot them out of your feet.
Oh, that's true. Yes, you can't go mode Shadow without completing Spirit. So yes, they will be able to go mode Shadow. For all that is useless. Hey, look, I've been here for a long time. I'm allowed to occasionally forget which way of what is up.
As he looks down, he's gonna sink down and grab that little fire. And where does he go next? It's back over to our good old Gerudo friends. Which he has done everything. I think he's already done. He hasn't done everything in Gerudo Training Grounds, but he's done a lot of Gerudo Training Grounds. Still obviously has to do horse archery.
Checked behind the waterfall, I think. And this could be a waterfall down the river to Water Temple. But it could be Gerudo Training Grounds first. Okay, so the hover gauntlets, technically there are magnetic gloves in one of the Seasons and Ages games, which could count as hover gauntlets.
Okay. Pone is a little scared of heights here, doesn't want to go across the bridge, which I guess is understandable. Zoopal's going to fight one of my least favorite mini boss. When you play through, I don't know. I never knew if you just got hit by this guy, he'll just turn around for you. This little mini boss on the Deku, or on the. I can't say. I was already struggling with words. Now I'm really struggling. In
Siberian, they don't. He doesn't have Nocturne. I completely forgot about the existence of Nocturne as well. It's fine. You're not the only one.
So we will we'll see this big ol' Octopop. Now this is the Octopop right here that we were talking about. He's the Octopop daddy.
Okay, that actually is a vaguely acceptable one to be an Octopop.
But he doesn't shoot any Octopops out, like, or any of the pop.
Imagine what it would be if they spawned Octoroks.
Oof. Like a dude's name is just Big Octo. Like, what a name. So we got a clean 1720 on the horse array.
Yep, Nocturne is on its vanilla location, which is the Burning Kakariko check.
We are just making our way in go mode through the rest of Jabu.
Yeah, Big Octo is the most deadly mini boss. He destroys controllers and thumbs.
You need to spend some time. Go fight him by just running all the way around him to get behind him.
Oh, yes.
It's a bit. As Felix will go finish off Gerudo Training Grounds. So also Zoopal nailing that boom shot. Oh my god, boomerang! I'm combining items now. The boom shot, the boomerang hook shot.
That's hard.
The boomerang thing there to hit that switch. It's a bit of a precise trick, but saves you a climb.
Okay, so what you missed was that the mirror shield is off all the way in one direction on Pierre and Fire Temple. The boomerang is all the way off in the other direction on Phantom Ganon. Nocturne is on its vanilla location. Felix's computer completely crashed and lost a lot. And then he waited around due to a miscommunication in FPA. Everything's a bit of a mess. And we got our first medallion at something like 1 hour 30?
It's, yeah.
2 hours?
We didn't have access to beating any of our medallion dungeons for a little bit, and then everything started to come together.
Like, this has been a very linear mess.
So it's,
Not logically complicated, just irritating. Oh, apart from the fact that the long shot is logically required to beat the Spirit Temple.
Right. At the very, I don't know, at least, I guess Water Temple being a medallion wouldn't be too bad in this seed, at least. But, of course, the one time it wouldn't, it's a stone. So we are off to the Pig's Den, to Ganon Castle on Zoopal's screen. He'll close it out. We'll do all the math and comparing after both runners have finished. We won't be able to call a victor yet.
And by we mean you know, not us.
Not me personally. Us personally, I don't do anything.
Trust me with maths. Don't trust. It's not don't trust me with maths. If you give me algebra, I'm fine. You give me complicated equations, great. Don't trust me with basic arithmetic.
Especially, don't make me do math in front of other people. Like, I can do math. You start doing math in front of other people. It's I don't know. It's like some of the words that come out of my mouth just doesn't make sense sometimes.
Yeah, words are hard. Commentary is hard.
Zoopal, we're going into the Forest Temple. We're gonna Ferrer's Wind out to finish off. Climb this little last staircase. Fight some Iron Knuckles, which we're gonna see a pretty clean fight here. Look at this little strat where you're rolling behind him and you sort of stab both of them at the same time. Stun them both. Oh, it's beautiful. And does a little dance as he waits for the door to open.
And the dance is stab, 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 stab.
Which isn't that everybody's favorite dance? So,
Like, see, Lunar Eclipse gets me. Differential equations, complicated algebra, sure. I literally have a physics degree. Can I do basic arithmetic? Can I hell?
Listen, there are still some multiplication tables that are tricky. Like, you ask me on the spot, what's 7 times 8? I'm not confident, but I'll give you an answer.
No, like 8 plus 7. Or like 8 plus 5. 8 plus 5 is an annoying one because it goes over the boundary, but it doesn't go over the boundary by a lot.
Mm-hmm. It's always the 8s. 8s, I don't know. 8s for me and 7s are a bit of a mystery. But don't worry, guys. There isn't going to be a quiz. I hope you all pass your Zooter tests coming up to renew your Zooter licenses. They'll be in the mail shortly. Don't worry. So we'll see a quick little bottle strat. Zoopal's going to jump up, ricochet the tennis ball back with the bottle. It's too close for him to volley it back. Knock him down, and do we get the one cycle? We do. Beautiful fight from Zoopal. As he's got one more pig left to cook.
Also nines. Nines are complicated.
I'll just call numbers in general. I'm not gonna try and discriminate here. Every number can stay away from me. All right, as far as I'm concerned, every number is an imaginary number.
Look, we've been talking nearly solid for about 4 hours. Don't expect our brains to actually work, okay?
As here is our favorite little Phantom Ganon. Or not, I keep calling him. I call Ganon Phantom Ganon every single time. Our big pig Ganon himself. So he did a little jump slash with the Master Sword there. The Master Sword does way more damage to Ganon than any other weapon in the game. But he knocks it away from you, so what do? you do a jump slash to make sure your little crouch stabs are way stronger than they should be here. 3 little pokes with the hammer, which I did always think was a little funny, poking somebody with the hammer. I guess it is still pretty heavy, but pokes will work. Felix making his way over to check out the wasteland check.
Maybe you're just making sure that he can get back from Spirit Temple or something, but this looks like a wasteland check, yeah.
You know, I think he's only got like 45 bomb shoes, you know? You want to get a clean 50, top off. As we got Ganon. You really just fight this guy like a Dark Souls boss. You just roll when he attacks and stab him in the butt. That whole game. Knocks the pig down. We're going to get a big blast from our best friend Zelda here.
No, we may need to clarify, Felix, that he should keep going because of the time discrepancy. I don't know who that would be down to. Siberian, it might be you, it could be someone else. Felix has not set up the Scarecrow song.
Ooh. So
Well, okay, ZSR bot, we see you saying first place, but this isn't necessarily true.
So good job, Zoopal. Nice, excellent show there. Again, there was some pausing going on. You finished this well before 3 hours, 54 minutes. What a great race here. As Felix is going into Water Temple next, which Zoopal jumped in before. As we are, looks like we are being joined by Zoopal himself.
Hello? GG?
Okay.
GG Zoopal. You are muted right now. If you know, you're welcome for a nice little interview here.
Hello, thank you.
How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Was hard. 3 hours 54 minutes. Was 100% of the game. One thing missing was the target lost food, but I did everything. So,
Yeah.
So hard seed.
What did you feel? How did you feel about the routing through this? How did you feel? How friendly was this seed to you?
We had nothing in the beginning. At 2 hours, I had 1 medallion, I think. But I did the GTG early because I think it was a long shot. You can get long shot in the 30 skull, du coup, so I rush GTG, but only bomb bag. So I was disappointing.
Yeah.
But so it was river had everything.
So what did you think? You're looking for the boomerang,
Yes.
right? So I mean, it's the benefit of being the commentator, not the running. We knew it was in Phantom Ganon. Was this a density play for you for bailing out of forest and then coming back after checking out water? What was going on there?
Yeah, the forest was early access. We can do forest at 30 minutes. So I saw Felix did it. So I go did early forest and go water for gumball. I don't know. So and I did the water pretty fast because I could skip 3 checks because of key, and after this I only forest left, so I go deep forest. I hate the deep forest, so I skip but PG stone too strong.
Gotcha. Yeah, that was well routed. I think all that makes a lot of sense. If you have any questions for Zoopal, feel free to put them into chat and we'll bring them up. So also another thing. So we had that 30 skull hook shot in, right? So we're collecting hook shots, we're collecting skull tulas as we go. You stopped collecting Skulltulas once you got your first hook shot.
Yes, because Luchat only lock Morpha.
Mhm.
Because Lake was the Baron, so he's only for Morpha. So I gamble gamble long shot. I
Right.
didn't want to farm a 30 skull for only Morpha stone.
You just say, you know what? If it is and the other runner did it, I'm fine taking a loss on one. It's just one check.
Yes, yes. So it was a key in the here, so it's okay.
So we did have some technical issues along the way. So we can't say anything yet on the outcome of this race. But what do you think? Was there any big takeaways from this race? Anything new maybe you're thinking of routing wise? Was it kind of just standard? Anything that might change your play up in the future?
No, I don't think. I don't know. I did a 100%. At the beginning, it was just full lock. Full. It was very locked. So I did bottom of the well, row 0. So it's easy. But safe come a lot of check with 2. Safe come. I safe come a sync shot, so I couldn't do a sync shot of target sync shot in the Loshun. I was scared of this check, but Graz is not here. But no, I think I play like I always play, so it's okay.
Right.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like, if it's been doing you well so far, which it does seem to have been doing, stick with how you play.
Can you repeat, please? I didn't understand.
Sorry, I think my line's pretty awful because I'm having difficulty hearing you. But yeah, if how you've been playing has got you this far and you've been doing really well, then yeah, stick with how you play.
Yes.
So do you have any other comments? Any shout outs you've got? Which also everybody make sure to go give a follow, give a virtual high five to our friend Zoopal here, our runner Zoopal, and Felix.
I did have one question. How did you feel seeing that boomerang on Phantom Ganon and that mirror shield on Pierre?
When I found a boomerang, I think I have lost because it was my last check. So I think I thought I was lost, but apparently I win. I don't know why. I don't know, but it's okay.
It's I think your routing, it ended up, we got into a situation where there were just 2 items you needed, and you made the right calls there.
Yes, you only fire, deep fire, forest stone, and water stone left. So let's go fire, deep fire, because maybe I thought the strength is bottom of the well was wave 0, and strength 3 was locked by strength 2. If boomerang was locked by and mirror shield was locked by strength 2, so I go deep fire because deep fire was locked by strength 2. But boomerang was not strength 2 locked, so the strength in the river and bottom of the well was not wave 0.
Okay. So if you move on after this race, you will be facing Wooden Barrel. How would you feel? How would you feel confident going against Wooden Barrel? Is this just another opponent to you? What would you think? Something like that.
I think I am confident against Wooden Barrel. I think I can win. I'm confident.
Okay. Is there yeah. So if we have any other questions, Estantia, if you have got anything here.
No, I don't have much. I'm sorry, I'm having a lot of difficulties in hearing people right now, which is why I'm being quite quiet in the interview. I apologize.
Perfect. Hey, tech issues, they love to creep up, especially recently after, Windows updates. So, yeah.
Also, I want to inform you, Felix opted to forfeit the race by now. So we still have, let me see, about 10 minutes of his gameplay.
Okay.
And so I'm not yet sure how we handle the result of the race now. I think we have to talk after the restream all together how we handle the FPA stuff. Because there was some miscommunication.
Yes, and
Felix is in Twitch chat right now, so if you have any comments on this, feel free to chat. He opted not to come in for voice interview.
Awesome, in which case I think the first thing to say is GG. Because you had a lot to deal with. You had a lot to deal with. So much congratulations on dealing with that and keeping going.
Yeah, GG's to both of our runners to get through there. I know, like, if I have a big tech issue, I'd be tempted to just call it then and be like, it's not working. It's easy to get messed up. But Felix jumped right in there and put forth a great showing, I think. And amazing job by both of our runners. Feel free to give them a follow. I think the link's there in chat for Felix and Zoopal.
So I do have a few questions for Felix, which is, so why did you do a save walk in Sacred Forest Meadow before you got Sari's check? It was aware of the hero location. How come you zoomed off? Felix, when you were a child, you went through the Lost Woods, you did all the Lost Woods checks, you went into Sacred Forest Meadow, and then you save walked out before you got the Sarius check? Any reason why you save walked out, or were you just rattled from the crash? Yes, Felix, yes you did. Felix is in chat, so Felix is typing.
Only in chat.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Felix. Also, you could have just about got away with not going to Gerudo Training Grounds at all. Ironically, if you had save scummed even more chews because of the bomb bag in Deku. If you just had one more bomb chew, you could have got past it, got the Kakiri sword, and got it in Deku.
Yeah, that was another interesting thing I'd like to hear from both of you. This was a lot of save scumming to use those chews earlier. I guess what kind of goes in where you're like, do I keep this item I found? I remember you guys found light arrows at one point. One of you said, no, I can come back for that. I need my chews. The other, you found a slingshot. I think you both were like, nope, slingshot's not good enough for me. I need my bomb chew. Which was interesting to see us route that one out.
Zoopal, if you are replying to that question about the chews and save scumming, then you're muted.
Yes, what is the question?
Oh, sorry. How did you feel? Sorry, I don't think I phrased that very well. What was kind of what were you thinking for safe scumming bomb shoes as you were going through the whole time? When were you like, all right, is that good enough? Like, are you?
It was annoying because only 10 2, but still I skip slingshot, but I don't skip light arrow. So because it was only 2 2, so I decided yes. I wanted I wanted 3 2 for bottom of the well, so I use all my 2 until 3, and I go bottom of the well with 3 2.
And that wasn't it was an interesting routing decision. I remember in the bottom of the well, you did all of the bomb locked checks first to see if you could just save some. If you just had to restart it and then did the non-bomb lock checks.
Yes, but I didn't save con in the bottom of the well. I find strength for the check in bottom. I wanted 1 2 for GTG for Bimos, so it was okay. But I skip also wallet. Maybe I could keep wallet for Carpet Man in Westland, but I don't know.
It's an interesting call, right? These are some of the things you don't necessarily see every race. Is how long do I keep the wallet to potentially buy more, or do I need to if what's faster, right? We don't run into it every day.
Yeah. But I found bomb bag at 1 hour, so it was okay. I don't know when Felix did the GTG.
I think Felix went in Spirit Temple and then went over to GTG.
Okay.
Where were you? I know sometimes you can have a little hints early on or have a feeling. What were you expecting to find anything in bottom of the well in particular, knowing it was Way of the Hero?
Maybe bomb bag, but it was shot. So yes, when I find Woodchuck, I say yes, fuck the skull. So it was great. At the start, I wanted to farm 30 skull fast, but Grads, I find Woodshot in the bottom of the well.
Yeah, we were expecting maybe something like bomb bag down there, and we're like, all right, so
Yes.
it might be 30 for the first hook shot. This could take a while depending on where boomerang is, right?
Long shot was way of zero for the key in Spirit. So it's cool. It's cool bait. Could be a bait.
Because obviously, every Skulltula you grab is going to take a little more and more time, which is going to really adds up. Is there any point you'd start grabbing skulls again, or would you forfeit before going for 30? if you were just not finding maybe the last item.
Il skip Scarecrow, no? Right.
Gotcha.
Your shit was a Scarecrow. I don't know if Felix knows that.
Yeah,
So
I'm not...
he do Armor Chest, so I think he skipped Scarecrow.
I think he skips, yeah. Which, mean locations for those last two items we needed. Pierre and Phantom Ganon. But it looks like we are just running through the rest of Felix's gameplay here.
Oh no, Felix thought they had Scarecrow set, but turns out they didn't. Oh no. They must have done it in the bit which got lost in the crash.
That's That's
That is rough. That is very rough. Are there any more questions, for example, that you two runners would like to ask each other about the seed? So, Felix, if you had any questions for Zoopal, and Zoopal, if you had any questions for Felix?
I don't have question.
Felix is wondering, Zoopal, what did you go mode?
I go mode boomerang in PG.
Because Phantom Ganon is also a mean place to put something.
I think both of you definitely showed us a wonderful show today. You both were the execution was great, the routing was great.